The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Shalom, shalom. Come on in, brothers and sisters. Come on in. Come on. Blessings.
The East is where we're from.
Okay.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
Come on in. I see the family in the house. Come on in.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be.
Come on.
Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
From Panama.
Come on in.
North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High's gather in Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa, along with Elder Lawya, here tonight for our weekly podcast or broadcast, whichever one you want to call it, with our weekly broadcast for the masses. First and foremost, all praises be to the Most High, Ahaya. Ahaya is his name, in the name of Christ, Yeshua, through the Rawchaa. I'd like to thank the Most High for giving me breath and another opportunity to come before my brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. Before they begin to shut everything down, okay, I want to talk about that. All right. Please, as you all know, that's right, this channel is under a shadow ban for some reason. Y'all know the reason, truth. So hit the like button. That'll drive the algorithm towards brothers and sisters who don't know we're actually broadcasting. And after the broadcast, check to make sure YouTube didn't unsubscribe you from the channel. So make sure you check after this to see if you've been unsubscribed without your knowledge. And if so, subscribe back. Also, hit the notification bell and tell YouTube I would like to receive all notifications from this channel. All right? So let's go in. But before I go in, we just went into a lesson not too long ago, this past Sunday. A very in-depth lesson. Let me bring Elder Lawya in real quick. Elder Lawya, how are you?
Shalom, sir. Shalom, shalom. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm blessed by the best. Oh, okay, and his name is Ahaya. Yes, last week's lesson. Let's talk about it. Sunday. What was last week's lesson, and what will we be talking about this coming Sunday, Lawya? Last Sunday.
So last Sunday we went into a lesson dealing with the split between Israel and Judah. This time we went a little bit more in depth when it came to the kings that fall in between David, leading all the way up to the last king of Israel, which was Zedekiah. And then we did the history all the way up through the Maccabees, all the way up to the last king, our final king, which is the true King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Christ. So that was a very interesting take we had this past Sunday. This coming Sunday, we're going to be dealing with finding the Ark of the Covenant. And we're going to be dealing with, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, so in that lesson, what we want to try to do is make sure that we not only deal with the wanderings in the wilderness, but also bring forth some archaeology and some history pertaining to those travels and those wanderings that our forefathers had within the wilderness as they're documented in the Bible.
Okay, thank you for that. And yes, if you would like to become a part of this Hebrew and Bible Academy, please go to historytimes.org, okay? That's right, historytimes.org. Also, after we dived into that, I'm going to tell you, the news was absolutely outstanding. We went into some of the laws within the Constitution that's actually the laws of God, actually. There's some of the laws in the Constitution that was set up by God, believe it or not, to protect us. Not saying that the men who constructed, all right, the Constitution were all men of God. What we're saying is a lot of those laws within the Constitution came from biblical principles, and we discussed that. The reason why Lawya, I like how we broke this down in particular when it comes to the kings of Israel, right? Because many from the conscious community, the so-called pro-black community, which is totally garbage. There's nothing pro-black about these people, all right? When you look at it, it's just a grift, a hustle. But all in all, what I like about going into the Kings is because you have so many people with this back to Africa scamming type of things, claiming that they want all things black and all these others. And they begin to sensationalize Africa or the Mesopotamia area in particular, glorifying the greatness, the technology, and all that came from it. But none of them can tell us systematically throughout time in history, when did we fall, how did we fall, and how did people, how is it some people who are so great, the people who are so great and being sensationalized over here in America are under the foot of all the Gentiles of the earth, not just the white man. How did the kings fall to the depths to be under all races of people?
Right.
That's a key component, Lawya, they leave out, right? It's more so stroking the ego of people, telling people that we were once great and all that, but not telling us how can we acquire that greatness again. And I love that lesson Sunday because what we did, we showed Israel in our glory. We showed Israel as kings, right? King David, before that Saul. But we also recognized something that was in our people's nature. That was recognized. That we always chose to do what? Chose to turn our back on our God to be like other people. Right? To be like the other nations, envying how the Gentiles' governments operated and were constructed. And so when the kings started diving into, the evils on the outside of Israel, it would not be before long where the Most High would put our people under these people. And that's a component that the conscious community leaves out altogether. And the reason why they leave it out, I believe, is because they don't want to admit the truth concerning that Bible. If they go into the history of the Bible and realize that we were the people who fell due to the curses, now it brings a level of accountability, right? We had a constitution. We had a construct, a way of life. And we were on one code, one with another and with our God. And because we left off from that, that's right. The Most High's promises, his curses were that, okay, your blessings will be turned into a curse. Okay? So I'll bless you, but you must stay on code. And I believe that last week's lesson covered that. And it also covered the value of what? Our true king, Christ.
Right.
Exactly, our true king. How that bloodline still runs through our veins today. And it's the blood of Christ, not just the spiritual blood, but the physical blood through the tribe of Judah. And once we get back on code with our king, eventually he'll establish his kingdom on earth with us in position. All right. So that was a great lesson. I'm glad we went into that, delved into that. And also the charts and all that with the Academy this quarter has been off the charts, literally. No pun intended. They've really been very, very, very well put together as far as research goes. And Elder Lawya, I'd like to thank you for the research you've done with it. And hey, let's get this thing going, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Let's do it.
So we're going into finding the Ark of the Covenant. I'm gonna also touch on the gates between this realm and our realm, Earth, and the invisible realm, the gates or the portals. I'm going to talk about that. But more so, I'm going to focus on in this academy this coming Sunday. That's right. Finding the Ark of the Covenant, the greatest weapon known to man. Okay. The cleanest weapon known to man was once in the possession of our forefathers. And the Most High hid this. He had one of the prophets hide this particular artifact. You have Raiders of the Lost Ark, Harrison Ford, and all these others. They just came out with a new Raiders of the Lost Ark, or whatever the case is. And guess what? It was promised that we as a people will get our Ark of the Covenant back. There's a lot of lies out there. They claim that it was carried into Ethiopia. Straight lie. Okay, from the pits of hell. Okay, it was never carried into Ethiopia. We're going to go into the legends, who made it up, all that, the Jesuits' lies who were behind that particular so-called story. None of that never happened, okay? So we're going to go into that also, finding the Ark of the Covenant and what happens when we get the Ark of the Covenant back. That and more this coming Sunday. The next Sunday after that, subsequent to that, we'll be dealing with the roundtable discussion, Lawya. So I'm going to see if we can get some single brothers and sisters can come over from Jersey, and few in our congregation in Philadelphia. And we're going to sit down with about 10, 15 people, roundtable discussion, the divide between man and woman. How can we get on one accord? Let's talk. And we're going to have a lot of discussion on that the following week, okay? All right. So if you're interested, go to historytimes.org. Elder Lawya, let's jump in. Let's jump in. Our discussion today, Elder Lawya, is what? The purge before the mark. The purge before the mark. I don't know how long we've been talking about, in particular, the mark of the beast. Okay? From the beginning of this ministry, it started with us on the corner, had signs out there saying what? That's right, path to the mark. Everything else is just what? A smokescreen. We have to examine what they're putting in place, these evildoers, these Satanists behind closed doors, to progress the world into a one world mark system where what? People are a part of the products. All right. No longer will man walk amongst this earth without being marked or tracked, like any other product owned by the devil on this earth. Now, so since we've been charting this from the beginning of our ministry through the Spirit of the Most High, I thought that we would keep an update concerning where we are. And this is not going to happen like most people thought it would happen, right? Initially, everyone was concentrating on FEMA camps and armies coming in, foreign armies coming in, locking up those who oppose the government's system, internment camps, and holding people down against their will, and all these others. That's how it was originally rolled out concerning how they was going to get to the mark of the beast. But now as we come closer to this, I realize, Elder Lawya, that the majority of this is going to happen through the world's participation. It's not going to be all just the citizens on one side opposing a tyrannical one world cabal. Why? It wouldn't make any sense to do it that way because they're grossly outnumbered. There's no way in America that you can send in some people, right? Even people to take over America, right? And the reason why, even China said they would never go to war with America because there will be a gun behind every blade of grass. So obviously, you cannot take down a standing army of billions of people who are armed, right? That would, in fact, Elder Lawya, unite the people under one initiative, under one protection, to protect one another. That's the last thing they want, right? It would have to be a participatory type of system in place that would have people volunteer to be marked. And what I wanted to talk about is the dissension in taking out the opposition isn't coming with jackboots on the ground. I believe that we're under the purge as we speak, but people are being purged a different way. Okay, a silent way, a way in which there is no resistance from family, no resistance that would come from all people uniting as one against what? An existential threat, right? Now, think about this, Elder Lawya, right? Think about this before I roll it out. Christ said, pray that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. So Christ was warning us that a lot of our takedown or the takedown of our people would normally happen in a time where there's less travel, whatever the case is. It's winter time and you can't do much movement. Usually that's how the Romans and others calculated against our people in Jerusalem. They would wait until it was cold and come after us because why? You know exactly where people are. They're not traveling much. There's not much activity. And then you can get them, right? So I'm going to show you where I'm going with this, Elder Lawya. I know it seems like right now that, I'm on a little tangent, but I'm going to show you where I'm going here. The purge before the mark, right? So I went back and I started examining that Game of Thrones again, because a lot of that history of Game of Thrones, when it comes to the beings and all the characters within that particular series, seems as if it was more pre-flood. Before the flood, they had giants and all these other things, empires fighting against each other, the class of the Titans that was prophesied in the book of Enoch that would eventually lead to a flood, right? So I went back to look at that. And I noticed something, Elder Lawya, because the so-called elite usually hide their agendas through these productions. Everyone, Elder Lawya, every kingdom was vying for the throne, right? Everyone was calculating against one another to get the throne.
Right.
Right? But then it says, then there was a quote, winter's coming. And I'm like, whoa. Pray that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath. Winter's coming? Winter's coming. And I was like, okay, what type of subliminal are they using for this, for those who are looking at it? You have all these empires, Lawya, fighting against each other for power. When what? The Night King is coming for them all. All these strategic moves to take out one house, to plant your flag, and all of this other all of this time could have been all of those kingdoms coming together and saying, you know what? It doesn't matter who's in position if the Night King at winter take us all. Why can't we all come together in preparation for winter, for what's coming? The dead is coming for us. Why are we calculating and fighting against one another? And I looked at it. I had to examine that. The psychology, how they'll tell everyone out there through their productions that all of these little menial battles people are having one against another really is of no consequence. Winter's coming. And what's coming is coming for us all. It's coming for us all. So they throw those things out there. You have all of these battles going on within the earth, which are just distractions, while we're being purged right up under our noses. Let me start here. And of course, our prayers go out to Bronny James, who just fell, I heard he's doing better now. Totally healthy. In the midst of a practice or what have you, fell out through cardiac arrest. And what I did, Lawya, I looked back. It took me about an hour and a half to put this together. I looked back from the time of the so-called shutdowns, when everyone had to stay in the house. And I said, well, okay, from the shutdowns to the rollout, what has changed in society from that point up until now? Right?
Right.
So I went through it. DMX. Rapper DMX cause of death revealed. They claimed it was officially died from a cocaine-induced heart attack. Right? We're going to keep highlighting this. Heart attack. July 8th, 2021, this was reported. Kevin Samuels. YouTube star Kevin Samuels died of hypertension. Medical examiners conclude. And also it went into some cardiac type of issues, right? This was reported July 19, 2022. Overseas, Arnel Spell, 25-year-old Belgian soccer player, dies after saving penalty. This is a disaster. February 14th, 2023, reported. Young men in the prime of their lives just falling out for no apparent reason. AP, Associated Press. We all seen this or heard this at the time during football season. What happened to Damar Hamlin? Out of nowhere, ever since it seemed like something happened after the lockdown. People could suspect what it is. I'm just rolling out the news articles because why? There's a reason for this altogether. Not to say that women aren't suffering from whatever's going on, but I'm hearing more reports. Whatever's going on, it's affecting men also, more so when you weigh this as far as news is concerned. Now, there is a report that a woman who got the juice, this sister who was filming this live on Instagram or one of those, went into the room and just fell out, and she passed over, right? So I'm not going to say that it's just a male thing, but it seems as if it's affecting men more so than anything, right? Jamie Foxx. And I'm glad the brother's doing well, but he looked like a shell of himself. Other people out there, I don't buy into this clone stuff and all this other stuff. No. No.
Right.
He's a Hollywood actor. And of course, he's recovering from a serious sickness here, right? He says he went to hell. He'd been to hell and back. So he's a recovering man, but also you have to realize when you are before the cameras, you got makeup, you got your hair tight, everything. So you can't expect him to look like,
right.
Like the Django character right now.
Right.
Jamie Foxx says he went to hell and back, and as he breaks his silence on health issues. There's a lot of mysterious scenarios happening here. Okay, that could be just coincidence. Let me put it that way. Forbes, here's a Forbes report where Twitter deletes Elon Musk's claim of what happened to Bronny James. So Elon Musk had his own opinion with a tweet that got deleted. He's connected it to the stuff or whatever the case is, but that's his opinion, but it's out there. And then it's LeBron James. Bronny James, LeBron James' 18-year-old son, suffered cardiac arrest. Here's what you need to know about the condition. So obviously the news can tell us what we need to know about this. Okay? Thank the Most High that the brother is still here. I pray for his speedy recovery, and I hope this doesn't affect him in the future, but it's time for us to understand something is going on. It really is. And what I want to talk about, Lawya, is at the same time men are falling out, strong, athletic men. The same time that's happening, the media, it seems as if the media is making a concerted effort to denigrate the image of man altogether as something negative. All the new programs we see within the United States in particular, men are outright buffoons, right? That need to be led, by women and all these others. And I'm looking at this, men is under attack. And of course that would be so, because why? Why? Think about it. If you're seeking to purge or destroy a nation or a people, who do you take out first? The strong. The strong. You take out the men, there'll be no one to protect the women. It's having society topple on itself. Are we under a biological purge? Now, of course, I'm going to come with an answer to all of this at the very end. I'm just putting out the questions. There's many things, Elder Lawya, that I discussed through the George Floyd thing, through the Spirit of the Most High, when I told people don't go down there, don't deal with all this, through the elections, through the so-called mail-in ballots, to the point where right after that, it seemed like one thing was happening at a time, giving people no rest. It was one event to the next. And then through all these things happening, then next thing you know, they tell everybody they have to stay outside. Some disease come from China, stay in the house. And then mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots, Biden is in. Right? It happened all through the Trump thing first. Then it switched to who? To Biden. The next thing you know, all of these things started happening. Now, it happened during the Trump administration too. I remember. But now I believe we're seeing a lot of the fallout from all of this, right? I believe right now is the first time in a long time, Elder Lawya, that society in particular have went back to some level of normalcy. And that in of itself is alarming. People have put their guard down. But I'm still looking. I'm checking it out. And guess what? The residual effects we're seeing right now is reverberating. It's happening. Everything that I said was going to happen during that time is happening for those who didn't stand on Christ during that time. And it's going to be from one purge to the next. And if you failed that test, what are you going to do? Because don't forget, Elder Lawya, the first test was incentivized. Remember? Stay home. We'll send a stimulus. Remember that?
Right.
I mean, people in the hood, our people thought reparations came. What would they call it? POP loans, or what they call that thing? PPO?
PPP.
PPP loans. And I mean, you had people who didn't know what a job was, collecting unemployment. Never had a job. I mean, you had the stimulus check, you had the Social Security check, you had the welfare check. I mean, check. I mean, I heard some people at this time saying, I don't care if we ever go back to norm, we getting paid. Right? Right? So that leads us here, Elder Lawya, the switching bait. Back to 2008, 2009 on the street path to the mark, when Elder Lawya, I told everyone, everything else is a facade. They're going to lead us to the mark of the beast. Fair use, Elder Lawya, I'm going to let you hear it first, and then I'll let others hear it. We'll hear it all together, okay?
Yes, sir.
Fair use for educational uses only. Fair use. Where's my fair use thing at here? Hold on, I got it. Hold on, I get it. One moment. One second. I do it like this. Add fair use right there. Fair use. I'm gonna let you hear it first, Elder Lawya. They've been getting us years like for years like this. I wonder who they're talking to with these two.
I love this big boy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a big move at an office that could change the way a lot of Americans work. A tech company in Wisconsin is offering to implant tiny microchips into its employees.
Not just no. The chips could allow people to unlock office doors, make purchases. Rebecca, come on here.
So many questions about this, Robin and Michael. Good morning. We asked a lot of them. This is the first American company to ever try this. 1 week from today, many of the employees, including the CEO, will voluntarily have the microchips implanted into their bodies, and they're calling it, I'm not kidding here, a chips and salsa party. Oh! This morning, like a scene straight out of 007.
So you can keep an eye on me?
Employees at one Wisconsin tech company, 3 Square Market, willingly making that fantasy a reality, implanting their own bodies with microchips. What did the employees say when you brought this idea to them?
Half of them actually within 5 seconds says, yes,
CEO Todd Westby, along with 50 of his 80 colleagues, even his wife and kids, preparing to implant these chips, the size of a grain of rice, between their forefingers and thumbs, so they can do everything from buy snacks in the break room to log in the morning to unlocking doors with just the swipe of a hand. What did it take to...
Oh, isn't this just so lovely? And she's all chippy and... Right? Everyone, you're probably asking, Elder Rawchaa, where are you going here? Well. Remember when I said watch Bitcoin and all these others where they're taking money out of the systems at the same time? Cryptocurrencies, digital dollars are the future of money. Council on Foreign Relations. Also, there's an the World Economic Forum, who were serious players during the time when the pandemic was rolled out, right? Remember when I said, man, what's up with all this money, PPP loans and all these others? What are they doing, right? Fair use. Fair use. Lawya, check this out.
The Bible.
Not that, this. Fair use.
It will give you universal basic income, basically. 2,000 euro. Here's a question. Would you let someone implant a microchip into your hand if you would receive $2,000 a month? A month in return for getting a chip put in your hand. You heard me right. We'll give you universal basic income, basically. 2,000 euros, $2,000 a month, if you allow us to put a microchip in your hand. That's exactly what's about to happen as part of the rollout of the central bank digital currencies. That's a carrot for them to rope you into this mess. We'll get to that part of the story in a minute, the chip implantation process. Not the corn chip, as Dan said in our chat, but a actual metallic tracking chip. But a new report just published this week by the Bank for International Settlements explains how our new digital money system is about to work. We've been warning you that this was coming for a long time on this show. Also, we weren't the only ones predicting this. It was predicted in a little book, you might have heard of it, called The Bible, The Mark of the Beast. For one thing, this new system, this is how this new system would operate. According to them, the Bank for International Settlements, the new reserve currency, forget the dollar as you know it, basically. This will be the new reserve currency, which is how they want to label it and how they are labeling it. This would be used to settle all transactions. As everyone moves away from the US dollar right now, this seems like perfect timing to be moving to this new system. So are they purposefully torpedoing the US dollar in preparation for a global new reserve currency? One might wonder, right? We don't believe in conspiracy theories around here, but you have to wonder. It could include the confiscation of all property, physical property. By assigning it, every item would receive a real world. Every real world item would receive its own unique digital token. So, what do you guys think about this? Right, this idea that they could. I'm not saying they're going to, but your car, your house, all of these sort of physical items that need a token process, you have to get them digitally tokenized in order for you to claim ownership of these items.
Elder Lawya, you heard that?
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay, let's talk about it. And let's be real. If we had to put a percentage, because I got some paperwork, I got some stuff I wanted to show during the news program, during the news this coming Sunday, but I couldn't hold it back. I have to, some of the things I want to talk about is the fact that this socialist program that's rolled out, that they use as a beta test initially in our communities, which was welfare, and then Section 8. Not that our people don't need these programs, right? But it comes with a cost. They was rolling out a social, I would say, beta test for the New World Order that eventually they would bring the whole world under. Think about this. Welfare, WIC, Section 8, right? All of these other, what they call privileges or programs. And then at the same time, Elder Lawya, our people, rightfully so in America, foundational black Americans are those who came off the slave ships, who built the country, asking for reparations. All together, a need for finances. And then they come with a guaranteed $2,000 every month. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your persuasion. Don't matter if you're rich or poor. Guaranteed housing and $2,000 for the rest of your life. If you had to put a percentage on this, Elder Lawya, especially understanding where we come from, how many of our people, after getting used to PPOs, getting used to getting paid while staying at home and not getting anything and celebrating that? If you had to put a percentage on it, Elder Lawya, what is the percentage of people you think will be totally down with getting $2,000 guaranteed for the rest of their life with housing? How many people? If you had to put a percentage on it.
I would say probably 99.9%.
Think about it. All they would have to do, and no one have to know, the same way there's so many people say it during that rollout a few years ago, I would never do it, but a lot of people did it privately without telling others. Right? knowing some had opposing views against it, right? But some went and did it secretly, telling their family members something entirely different. So it'll be totally anonymous. You can go to the DMV or your doctor's office, patient-doctor privilege, or you can go someplace, probably the monetary systems, or it could be already set up where the same place you got your juice, supermarkets, whatever, they can have a specialist come through and just take care of it privately for you. All you have to do is get chipped, right? Get chipped, and $2,000 will be directly deposited into your bank account, guaranteed every first of the month unto perpetuity. Let me ask the people, the brothers and sisters in the chat. If you all had to put a percentage out there of how many people you know would just get that $2,000 guaranteed, what would be your percentage? Elder Lawya, he's high. I mean, I give people more a greater chance than that. I got more belief in people than Elder Lawya said 99.9. I would say, but that's my naivety, right?
I would say depending on the circumstances. If you were to tell people that, your house is associated with this, other elements are associated with those finances, I'm pretty sure we would receive a high percentage of people who would be willing to acquiesce to that.
Yeah. Someone says 90, 75%. Elder Lawya, before the rollout of the lockdowns and the jabs and all those other things, I would have probably said, believe it or not, 60 to 70%. But after I seen how the people close to me reacted to what they rolled out, I have to be with you, Elder Lawya. I have to be with you. No one could have told me that some of my close family members would have listened to the television. I'm sitting there giving my family members daily insight of what's going on and what to do. And everyone looking at me saying, hey man, you know me, man. We can't trust these people. When did we ever begin to trust them? Da 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 da. Right? Then I come to turn around. You know what I mean? I have to go. I have to now rush to these hospital and all that because now my brother can't even. My own brother he couldn't even walk for not listening to me. And this is my own family. And I'm talking to him and saying, listen, okay, you're not working anywhere, so there's no threat of a job being lost over you. I'm making sure food is there, so, you're not dependent on the system because the refrigerator's full. If you're not working, you don't have to worry about anything, and you got family who's looking out for you through a hard crisis. Why? And Elder Lawya, he looked right at me and said, I was scared. I'm saying, listen, you have to tell me something. I can understand if you had an excuse with something hanging over you. And he looked me right in the eyes. And you know what? At that point, only thing I can do was embrace him and hug him. He looked me straight in the eyes.
Right.
And said, June, I was scared. And that was telling to me. That was very telling. If you roll it out where the alternatives, where none of the system can affect you at all because you're taken care of and still do it, and have family members letting you know what's going on, from the inside what's happening, and you still do it, man, listen, $2,000 guaranteed monthly with housing?
Yeah, forget about it.
Lawya said, forget about it. And now he's getting with me, Elder Lawya, talking about, man, yeah, we got to get some lawyers involved. And I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I'm out of it. I'm like, the only thing we're going to get involved with is this Bible. Okay. The only thing that we can get involved with going forward is the Bible. A perfectly healthy, he was healthy enough that he would walk around and get his own stuff and all that. He can't even walk. And I'm not saying how it happened. You know what I mean? Sometimes things happen, right? I'm being as guarded as I can, but all I'm saying is the only thing that I can get down with is the Bible. That's it. That's it on that. Elder Lawya, there's more to this.
Yes, sir.
I want you to hear this. Let me pull it up. Schwab said this in 2015. Schwab is over the World Economic Forum. I believe he was introduced more so in the Western world on our side. He became more recognizable during the pandemic and all that. You would see him on different talk shows or whatever the case might be, right? Let me go here real quick. Let me see. That's about 12, 13 minutes. Let's get it. That's 13 minutes in. All right, let's get it real quick. Let's see. Fair use.
In 2016, listen. Aujourd'hui, au bout de ça.
Hold on. Fair use.
How is it being tracked? Is it Bluetooth, near field community? I just walk up and tap it against any kind of like a soda machine. We've already seen them rolling it out at different grocery stores. We see people in Sweden are jumping on board with this, wanting to use this on a regular basis. So there's people already electing to use this, wanting to use this. And they'll do this with the promise of basic income. $2,000 a month. Would you do it? Let us know in the chat if you would do that. This is not some fever dream, by the way. Where did this come from? This was explained in great detail by Klaus Schwab himself in 2016. Listen.
In 2016, Klaus Schwab, fair use.
Enfin, peut-être il y a une communication directe entre notre cerveau et le monde.
Okay, I'm going to have to show it here. Fair use. Fair use.
S'imaginer qu'on les implante dans.
He says, then we can imagine. Hold on, let me get it back. Because I got to read this off for you. It's in a different language.
Certainement dans les 10 années à venir.
Certainly in 10 years. Certainly in 10 years. This was 2016. Certainly in 10 years, right? And it says, first we will implant them in our clothes.
Et d'abord, on va les implanter dans nos vêtements, c'est-à-dire wearables, comme on le dit. Et après, on pourrait.
And then we could imagine that we will implant them in our brains or in our skin. Hold up, I need y'all to see this. Let me put it up so y'all can see it. And I'm going to tell you, brothers and sisters, this is surreal. After teaching this on the street before there was any internet, we were talking about this, folks. Before YouTube.
Et après, on pourrait s'imaginer qu'on les implante dans nos cerveaux, dans notre peau. Et à la fin, peut-être il y a une communication.
And at the end,
Direct entre notre
we will direct communication between brain and the digital world. Between the brain and the digital world. He said we will implant, we'll do it in the clothes first, then we'll do it under the skin or in the brain, and at that point, we'll be able to communicate. Listen.
Et après, on pourrait s'imaginer qu'on les implante dans nos cerveaux ou dans notre peau. Et à la fin, peut-être il y a une communication directe.
There'll be a direct communication between the brain and the digital world. You are now linked to the alleged beast. Folks, Lawya. That was 2016. That was 2016. That interview was done overseas. I don't believe that was ever played once in the United States. The same Klaus who had a serious voice during the whole lockdown and all these others during the same time, the World Economic Forum. But in 2016, he said in 10 years, the communication will be in the skin or in the head to communicate directly with the digital world. And that was 2016. So we're looking at what? That's right. 2025, 2026. I told everyone, look at 2025 seriously. Seriously. And for all you who don't believe in the Bible, you so-called Hotep hustlers, explain it. Explain the digital system that God, Christ in particular, that Christ gave John on the Isle of Patmos in the book of Revelation. And because these people don't want to believe, it goes back there again. They'll try to claim it was some written code through conspiracy, through some Marcion brothers for the elite to have a blueprint that they would follow. Right? To deal with some predestined agenda hidden in the Bible to give the Bible a negative connotation. Well, what they can't say is, you can say what they're planning, but how can anything predict how the population would react. Okay? The Bible encompasses it all. That the degradation, the immorality of the world would lead to them becoming subservient slaves unto the Satanists, unto the evildoers who control the world. So you can't claim, well, this was the plan they wrote, because guess what? You can plan what you're going to do, but that's not really giving an insight on how the population, you have to get billions of people from one generation to the next to be on board with this plan they never knew about. What's the chances of that? What are the chances that if they planned this, the whole world would be stock and toe with the program on cue? You know, the chance of that is null. That could never happen. The reality is we're living in the last days. This is Bible prophecy. At the same time they're purging, the same time they're destabilizing people with these hot button topics that have everyone at odds. That's right. They're planning for winter. The winter. That's right. Where the dead come for the living. So the best thing we can do is do what? Operate from a heavenly view. We have to see this prophetically as it was given to the righteous within the Bible and not get caught up within the muck of it. Without being caught up. We must deal with this from a heavenly view, looking on the outside in to navigate. That means anything being rolled out that relates to what God said is the mark of the beast, the answer at every turn is absolutely no. Absolutely not. But Elder Lawya, I believe the Pied Pipers are already in place.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's a coincidence that right before, don't forget, I grew up at a time where churches were teaching through fire and brimstone. The fear of God, the fear of hell. And it's no coincidence that they switched and did a 180 from there into what? Prosperity. That's right, prosperity. And then through the Instagram digital era, vanity. I'm going to tell you, they done went from, and now the preachers are going to be like, hey, you deserve this. I hear people saying this out there now, what they deserve. God don't want you broke. You deserve this. You deserve that. God wants you to prosper. He wants you to be blessed. Boom, 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 boom. Teaching half truths. Yes, he wants us to prosper. Yes, he wants us to do better. Yes, but yeah, I can believe all that. But not at the cost of your soul. See, that's the piece they're leaving out. What good is to gain the world and to lose your soul? So it's no coincidence, Elder Lawya, we're at a point where don't forget when they rolled this out, the preachers were on board. They opened up their churches who were, guess what? And check that out. The churches were empty for service, but were open to be utilized as government facilities. You talking about replacing God altogether. So that was also a rollout. That was also, I believe, an alleged beta play. The same pastors who sold out during that time are going to sell out again. And they're going to tell their parishioners and those in their congregation, God don't want you on the street. What type of God is that? What type of Jesus? You think all you have to do is go get this to take care of your family? What type of devil going to tell you? What type of cult going to tell you not to be down with feeding your child? When more, right? When more so he's concerned with if you don't get this new setup, how he's going to get paid. That's what he's going to be concerned about. They're going to open up their churches, and guess what? The beast's going to come rolling right on in. Revelation, Elder Lawya, let's get it. The beast is going to come rolling right in. So that's why I made sure I titled this The Purge before the mark, because folks, if this is accomplished, they don't have to worry about disarming people. If something is connected to your brain and you're connected to a digital system, I'll tell you, suggestion is something else. That's all I'll say. Suggestion is something else. They don't have to disarm you. They're connected to you. And now with all of the drugs and others with side effects like suicidal thoughts and all these others, who knows what happened to you? Who would be able to say? It'll just be some sudden, mysterious, unexplained sicknesses, allegedly, or deaths that, similar to what we're seeing now. So everyone is looking at this disarmament thing. No, this military is happening on an entirely different level. The power of suggestion is something else. I don't want nothing outside of, I don't want anything attached to my brain, taking over the consciousness of citizens throughout the earth. And folks, this is going to be one-stop shopping. Oh, yeah, you don't got to worry about testing all these things. Don't worry about it. The doctor can just pull you up and get on Zoom. And if you already got the stuff in you, we'll see your vitals and make sure your blood is good, making sure you're negative or positive. We can just look at your whole zone and you'll be good. And guess what, folks? That's not a conspiracy theory. That's something that I've read on DARPA's website. The next level of technology, in medicine and all these things. One-stop shop. Do you want everything in one little device? Your credit cards, your bank accounts. Your credit cards, your bank accounts. Never have the threat of someone stealing anything from you. No one can rob you, right? Your Social Security, your passport. Okay. Your body monitoring system. And not only that, Schwab said this is how people will connect to the internet. Let's hear it. Elder Lawya, let's get Revelation before I open up the lines here.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna bring in Schwab for a second. But I need someone to tell me, how did John know this? How did John on the Isle of Patmos know this? I'm going to pull up the Bible. And it tells us in Esdras. See, it tells us in Esdras also that they shall put you out of your houses, then it shall be known who are my elect. Everyone can claim they're down with God when there's nothing to lose. I'm going to tell you. I thank the Most High that years ago, I walked away without a care in the world. And it taught me something. What it taught me is the earth is the Most High's footstool. He built he made this. This is the place our God rests his feet. Okay. And what I learned is, in this house, he provide for his. It doesn't matter locale. It taught me a certain level of faith that I didn't know existed. I thought being tied to the system and all these others, I thought that that's how people were supposed to live. And I didn't realize that the earth became our own ball and chain. It wasn't until I walked away to teach the gospel that I realized, folks, that being enslaved under a system is a mentality. There's nothing, there's no product, nothing that we have right here, any place, right here, that the Most High cannot give us access to someplace else. And it broke me free. It broke me free. So we can walk away at any time, knowing that the Most High provides. And it's not provided by just sitting around doing nothing. Okay? That's right. If a man don't work, he don't eat. So I'm not saying that the Most High is divvying out stimulus checks. What I'm saying is, if you're willing to work in the spirit of the Most High, he'll provide any place on this earth. But how much faith do people have today? We're about to find out. We are about to find out. Let's go there, Elder Lawya. Let me get the Bible.
Yes, sir.
All right, 1 second. All right, that's you there. Okay, great. Let's go to the book of Revelation.
Yes, sir.
The purge before the mark. People are falling like flies. No sooner as all the men, the strong men, are taken out of the way who would protect. After they get finished socially engineering a gender war that's going to further divide man and woman, where there'll be no men to protect the women at the end of the day, because that's what they want anyway. Right? On top of that, a socialized program that'll be rolled out and say, well, if you get chipped, the government will give you $2,000, 2,000 euro, 2,000 pounds, up into perpetuity, as long as you are what? As long as you are a compromising and agreeable citizen. What is that? What is that? Let's go to Revelation 13. Elder Lawya, let's start at the first verse.
Yes, sir. Revelation chapter 13, verse number 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I stood up upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
The name of blasphemy. That means this empire would be what? Promoting abominations against God. A blasphemous beast. Folks, this is not an antichrist that's been taught under the Jesuit lie of one man popping up. When you go into the book of Daniel, there was 4 beasts, which are 4 empires. It have nothing to do with one person standing up saying they're God. Then you have the false Jehovah Witness take on this, their ideology, which is warped, claiming, well, this is going to be an opt-in program. If you believe, you don't have to worry about it, because why? The unbelievers are just going to opt into the mark of the beast, and all of the believers aren't going to have to worry about it because God is going to protect them somewhere private. That's a lie. Christians believe that they're going to be raptured up before some boogeyman comes. Lie. Thessalonians is talking about the last trump when Christ returns. You will not be disappeared. You will go through the tribulation. Okay? The tribulation, another word for that we can put here this evening is the purge. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. The 7 heads represents what? The 7 mountains from whence Rome sits on. And the 10 horns are the original European countries. Edomites, it's a red beast. Esau's empire ruled from Italy, from the throne of Rome, whom King James himself said that the throne or the seat of Satan is in Rome. This black man named King James said it himself. Oh, yeah, hold on. I think I'm making it up. 1 second here. Let me see if I have this here. One moment. I don't have it with me. I don't have it, but there's a picture I have of King James. I'll bring it in 1 moment. Black man. Okay? Blasphemy. That means they will be pushing blasphemous activity under their societies, to destabilize through the power of divide and conquer. They don't care about your sexuality. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about your victims. You being a victim. Okay? The only thing they care is that they can divide the systems and people against each other on sexual lines, color lines, or whatever the case is, as a form of control. So they will use blasphemy because they know that does what? That upsets the righteous. Blasphemy, read the 2nd verse.
Yes, sir. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority.
So who gave this beast his great power? Satan himself. That's right. That's right, folks. The angel Samael under what? Under Jewish legend. The angel Samael is the angel or God of Edomites. He's the God over Rome. Look at it in your Jewish encyclopedia. Samael is Satan. He gave Rome their power. And it says a leopard, the feet of a bear, but the mouth of a lion. Well, when you look at the book of Daniel, these are empires. He would have what? The ingenuity and mindset to take down like Alexander the Greek, who split his empire amongst 4 of his generals. That's the leopard. He would have the military aptitude of who? The bear, the Persian Medo Empire, who were fierce warriors, modern day Iran, right? And he would also have the mouth of a lion. Lion represents what? The lion body with the head of Nebuchadnezzar, the religion of Babylon. All of these empires wrapped up into one. That's right, the calculating warfare of Alexander. That's right, the military aptitude of Persian and Medes. That's right. And you got it, the religious aspect of ancient Babylon. All wrapped up into one big satanic package to destroy and control the world. Read.
Yes, sir. Verse number 3. And I saw one of the heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world wondered after the beast.
Exactly. It was wounded. It was wounded by our people, the Israelites. That's how it was wounded. Pessinus Niger, Septimius Severus, and Pessinus Niger, 2 great Roman generals. That's right, led a revolt against the Roman Empire, and the empire broke. It was wounded, not destroyed. Out of that came black nobility. That's right. Till this day, the European historians has straight disdain and hatred for that time period. Why? because it marks a time where our people began to fight back and splintered the empire. To the degree historians call it the Dark Ages. Oh yeah, it's so black and dark. We have no idea what happened during that time. We have no idea. It was Jacob wounding Rome. It broke the empire in two, and from that day forward, the Vatican was conspiring to come against our people who sat on the thrones. What thrones? The thrones of Europe. King James, his family, the Charles, not the Wesson family who came in later and overtook the throne after their deaths. And then they had the Bacon family, Jesuits, come and write lies and evil legends claiming that King James was a homosexual and all these other things, lying on our people who actually stood for righteousness. Huh? Let me take a picture of this real quick. 1 second, Elder Lawyer. 1 second. Let me take a picture of this. 1 second. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, I think I have it here. 1 second, Lawyer. One second, folks. Yeah, here it is right here. Oh, yeah. There you go. Okay, let's see if you can get Tom Cruise out of this one. King James 6 and first, and the reunion of Christendom. I'm just going to let that marinate up there in front of y'all real quick. Just marinate, historical marination for you. I'm going to just let that just look at you for a second. Okay. Huh? There it is. Historical marination. What'd that say? King James VI and the first, the reunion of Christendom. Cambridge Studies in Early Modern British History. Yeah, And what did he say? What did King James say? I brought this out in the academy. Hold on, let's see here. 1 second. Yeah, I just can't be giving out all the academy stuff doing this. So, yeah. Then why get in the academy if I'm going to show everything, right? But anyway, I can show you this. I can show you this. In front of every Bible, King James says that what? James, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith. Who was he defending the faith from? Who was he defending us from? The Vatican, Rome. Oh yeah, check this out. Great and manifold were the blessings, and most dread sovereign, which Almighty God, the Father of all mercies, bestowed upon us, the people of England. That's right, folks. We ruled England. When first he sent your majesty royal person to rule and reign over us, for whereas it was expectation of many who wish not well unto Zion. Look at this, folks. Who wish not well unto Zion. Unto Zion. So King James was seeking to defend us from the Roman Empire. He was standing for Zion. Folks, how many of you knew that that's on the first page of your King James Version Bible? Why he authorized its translation. He was trying to defend the true doctrine against the satanic Roman Empire. Huh? And you was right. Someone say, what we're showing here is just a drop in the bucket. But we dropping it in this academy, folks. So how did the enemy lie? Through philosophy and vain deceit. While Jerusalem slept, the Jesuits came in with their satanically janky doctrine and began to push a boogeyman called the Antichrist. They began to push some one man popping up as if they're not working in league with the Gentiles, Psalms 83, against us, and are conspiring to bring in a new world order and help Esau get rid of his little brother Jacob. Huh? Oh, you thought we weren't? You know what? They don't care if we know already. They knew we was going to find out. They just needed a system in place that by the time our people would find out, we would be so destitute. We would be too destitute to do anything about it. They knew we would find out, but they would just destroy us to the degree where it doesn't matter anyway. Right? But we win. Let me put that. In these prophecies, Jacob wins. And we win if we endure, have faith, and stand on our God. Fourth verse, Elder Lawya. And they worship.
Yes, sir. It says here, and they worshiped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worshiped the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him?
Who's able to make war with our empire? Who can set up a system such as ours to control through warfare? Through psychological warfare, where, guess what? We can have people destroy themselves without shooting one gun. As long as we can convince them, that what they're doing is the right thing. Who can make war with the Wizard of Oz? Huh? 5.
Yes, sir. And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and the power was given unto him to continue 40 and 2 months.
That 40 and 2 months break down from the time of Christ's birth unto the consummation. 1,750 cycles, 50 years according to the Bible, not according to our time, because they would make us believe that we're past 2023, which is utterly ridiculous. So once Christ was crucified, Satan, what? He would have power to bring forth his whole agenda on the earth until our God takes him out of the way. It's a time span that would lead to the consummation. And the Most High gave him that time. He said, go ahead, Satan. Take those who belong to you. You have full autonomy. You can take all that will yield to your blasphemy and would fall and going to join your army. But you cannot touch mine elect. Take them. Go for it. Do whatever you want. So they started pushing blasphemy, evil. To do what? To destable the earth. That's why they're pushing all this stuff. Trans, this and that. It's not that they really care about these people. It's about destabilizing people. Mm-hmm. That's all it's about. That's the beast. He pushed all this blasphemy knowing that what? It's going to leave a bad taste in those who believe in God's mouth. In hopes of a cataclysm amongst the citizens who would fight amongst each other, and through that fight become weak, too weak to fight what's coming, winter. 6th verse. Let's go.
Yes, sir. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven.
He started blaspheming God's name. Folks, even Satanists are coming out now saying, you know, we trick y'all with Yahweh, right? He's really paying our God. I told y'all a long time ago what it was. Not that I knew anything outside of what God told Moses. And the same people who didn't listen to Moses then, the law, is not going to hear God's name now. And then they begin to blaspheme his name, his tabernacle, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo. They started making perverted pictures of the heavens, showing angels like naked babies, uncircumcised with wings. An Edomite looking like Zeus with no clothes on, with his finger coming down, touching the finger of Adam. I don't know what that is. Okay. Let me tell you, if the technology we have today was back then when they made the picture, that would be on OnlyFans. Okay. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven. Come on.
And it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them.
Stop right there. Stop right there. So now the Most High is letting you know the Romans' true agenda is to war against the saints. He ain't talking about Mother Teresa here. He's talking about the children of Israel. We are the saints. The saints of God. He's speaking of the children of Israel. The disciples were saints. The prophets were saints. Our people are the saints of God. And who warred against us? The Roman Empire. And after that, subsequent to that, celebrated our downfall. Celebrated right now on the side of a Colosseum in Rome. It's showing what? The Roman people coming into our temple after pillaging our temple after the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. And that's when we ran into Africa, when they destroyed our people. We ran into Timbuktu and parts of Africa. And then the Arabs, Ishmael found us in Timbuktu and reported back to who? Rome, against us. The Arabs and Esau working in tandem like they always do against their little brother, Jacob. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse 7. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them, and power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations.
So that means Esau is in charge of all nations right now. The United Nations, the first of the nations. He's over the World Economic Forum. That's Esau. And all of these nations, Asians and others, are lockstep running behind him in war against the saints. Read.
Yes, sir. Verse number 8. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world.
And they know they aren't written because this speaking of in particular Amalek right here, where the Most High said, write this as a memorial, that Amalek will be what? That's right, utterly destroyed from off the face of the earth. They're not written in the book of life. This is why they conspire against all that's right when it comes to our God. This is why in their media they promote blasphemy, evil. They promote us as everything wrong, as if nothing go wrong with any other people. These are the people who have a religion which rejects Jesus Christ or Yeshua. Every religion that rejects Christ wholesale publicly is an anti-Christ religion. And that's who Christ right here in Revelation is pointing out. So if you want to know who your antichrist is, look who's running things. It's not one man. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse number 9. If any man have an ear, let him hear.
Clue.
He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity.
He that leadeth in the captivity. Who owned the slave ships? Who owned the bill of sales? Who owned the trade ports from one country to the next? See? Who owned these things? I'm going to let y'all go into it. But guess who made money off of this? Guess what? America was built off of slave labor. And Elder, I still believe after what they're planning with this money, this $2,000 per people and all those who receive this RFID chip allegedly, I wholeheartedly believe that they're going to try to tie this to reparations. They're going to say, here's your reparations. If you go get the microchip, I don't know, I'm just guessing right here. You go get the microchip, this can be your reparations. We not only will give you $2,000 a month, we're going to give you this X amount of money on top of it if you're willing to be marked. Read. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity.
Yes, sir. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword.
You reap what you sow. Read.
Here's the patience and faith of the saints.
Come on.
And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon.
And he spake as a dragon. So a new empire was made out of the old empire, which became America. Okay, it's not speaking of one person. Read. This is why your presidents all kiss the ring of the Pope. If you want to believe history that there was some type of independence where America broke free from England, guess what? I live in Philadelphia. I can guess what? We can sell. I can do a personal sell. You can get the Schuylkill for a very low. Give me $3. You can have the Schuylkill River. If you believe there was ever any independence from England or from Europe, okay. The Schuylkill, they cleaning it up right now. $3, you can have it. That's how confident I am in my assessment that a lot of this history they gave us was bogus. To push some level of separatism or some type of patriotism outside of the country who created America. There have never been independence from Europe. There's places in America named strictly after England right now where they have a la carte in different parts of America they travel to and own. Another lie. They broke free from England. When? Read. He exercises all the power of the first beast. Read.
Yes, sir. Before him, and causeth the earth and them that dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed.
So everyone must pay homage back to the Roman Empire and the ideology that comes with her. An image. An image. Elder Lawya, speaking of the image, I even have a video I'm going to show this Friday of how they was able to sell the American dream to us. It's called the New Negro Family. It was a PSA called the New Negro Family. Oh, these Negroes are not like the Negroes who we grew to know. They like houses and they have their children and their refrigerator. They sold this like a PSA to our people. It was a PSA public announcement on television doing what? Breaking the ice between the whites and the blacks who were coming in from the South. They had a PSA called the New Negro, an image of a new. Now, while we ran to the cities to live the life of Leave It to Beaver and them, right? We ran to the cities to live the city life. Esau did what? He did an end around and took all the land we fled from and industrialized it. Because we wanted to become we wanted to have our image as the so-called white Northerns. It was a PSA called, they was publicizing this all in the South. Do you want to be like the new Negroes? No outhouses, okay? Y'all have outhouses. You know what we had? Land. We had land. We left the land to go to the cities, and Esau did an end around and took all of that land that's worth millions now. And how did they lure us out? That's right, folks. With a market ploy called the New Negro. Wait till y'all see this Friday. I'm gonna bust this out on Patreon. Had us running to the city, the bright lights, leaving it all, taxes accumulating and all that. I don't need, man, it's fun over here. And Esau said, you stay right there. Okay. Did an in around and took all the property that was given to our people after slavery. I'll deal with that later. You can't trust him. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Verse number 13. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on earth in the sight of men.
That's his warfare, read.
And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by means of those miracles, which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword and did live.
When it says an image, folks, it's almost like an avatar. It's a lifestyle. And you're only accepted if you operate within the image society accepts. It's a lifestyle that was created. And in order to what? To sustain that lifestyle, it comes with compliance. And the compliance is with the beast who have blessed you to have the image. See? And this is why it's so important what I'm going to show with Schwab, Elder Lawya, who stated that there will be a token connected to property. Well, you got to get the chip because in order for you to actually operate get your property, it must be connected digitally to all of the property that has a token or a digital print. If you don't have a chip, then guess what? There's no person attached to that digital property. So the property is not confiscated. They're going to claim that you gave the property up. Look how slick this is. They're going to claim, well, there's no digital print connecting you to it. So, hey, I guess we need to auction this off. That's how it's going to happen, folks. If you want to deal with the image, the lifestyle that's been afforded through the beast, you must comply. Read.
Yes, sir. Verse number 15.
Yep.
And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed.
So if you're not down with the system, you're a threat. You're a threat, or you're a cult. Because you want to be down with God, you don't want to accept the image they're putting forth, which is blasphemy, right? You don't want to deal with the image of debauchery, right? You don't want to deal with this confusion they're putting out. You're not down with the Baphomet, which is what? Male and female fused into one being. You're not down with the intersexual way of things. That's the image of the Baphomet. That's Lucifer himself. So if you're going to what? Withstand the image, you are a threat to the empire. Then they say, well, these people are threats. And folks, hey, Elder Lawya, I don't know if you see what they're doing with AI right now. They can have it where you sit before a camera, speak for a couple of seconds, and they can take your image and your voice and do a full commercial with you're home sleep. And there's a full commercial with you're walking into stores and all that. You're selling your products. 30 seconds of a camera in front of you. AI can mimic everything about you.
Right.
Virtually, folks, it's as if I'm standing in front of you speaking right now. So you know what they're going to do. You know, allegedly what they're going to try to do. They're going to be framing people and all that. Only thing they need to find out is whether or not you at a place probably where there is no alibi. And that's not hard to do, tracking your phone and seeing that you're alone by yourself with no one around you. And at that time, they can show that you did something, right? Did something criminal or whatever the case is and frame you right there. If there's no alibi, you're guilty. They have AI now that can take 30 seconds of you sitting in front of a camera speaking. And through that, that's all they need. They can have you standing somewhere doing a full dissertation. So here we go. And guess what, folks? I firmly believe, and I believe, I'm alleged, I'm going to put this out there. There's a demon behind AI. And I have the right, as a believer in the Bible, to believe that. That's my religious belief. That's it. That's all I'm going to say that. I religiously believe, according to God, that there's AI is a devil. Okay? It's a devil behind that. Let's read it.
Yes, sir.
16.
Verse number 16. And he calls of all, both small and great.
And he calls of all, both small and great.
Rich and poor.
Rich and poor.
Free and bond.
Free and bond.
To receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads.
Stop right there. This is John on the Isle of Patmos. Christ opened what? Opened his eyes to see the future. The technology that would lead to what? One world under one power, Satan. He calls of all, both small, great, rich, poor, free, bond. It doesn't matter who you are. You can be a homeless guy on the street or Donald Trump. To receive a mark in the right hand and on the forehead. Let's break it down real quick. Let's break it down. Now let's break it down. And then we're going to bring up Schwab again. What verse were you at there, Elder Lawya?
That was verse number 16.
16, charagma. Charagma. A scratch or etching that is a stamp as a badge of servitude. Right? It goes to Greek 5482. 5482. Let's get that real quick. Let's see that. One second. 5482 of the Strongs. One second. See if I can pull that up. But it's the etching of the skin as what? A badge of servitude, a perpetual slave to the system. A perpetual slave to the system. Right? And then when you go into the Greek, 5482, it's what? Corax. To sharpen to a point. Skin. The idea of scratching a stake, that means a point goes in. A military mound or circumvallation in siege, a trench. So it's a point that goes inside, according to the Greek. As if John is being shown a syringe entering the skin, administering a mark. Check that out. This is not conspiracy, it's prophecy. We are living in the last days. Products. People will become products. And then it identifies the people who will be behind pushing the system. If you can read correctly. Right? How do we know this? That no man might buy or sell. That's products. Save he that had that mark. Or the name of the beast. Or the number of his name. And now it's giving us some insight on what people would be pushing this. Here is wisdom.
Here is wisdom, verse 18. Let him that have understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
His number is 666. That's quite interesting. His number is 666. Let's see what an inverted hexagram looks like. His number is 666. Okay, let's switch this over real quick. His number, the mark of a man, and his number, Satan's number, is 666. Then it identifies the people who would be administering Satan's plan on the earth. Interesting, isn't it? Fair use.
Would you do it? Let us know in the chat if you would do that. This is not some fever dream, by the way. Where did this come from? This was explained in great detail by Klaus Schwab himself in 2016. Listen.
Aujourd'hui, au bout de ça, on parle de puces qu'on pourra s'implanter. Ce sera quand ça?
Certainement dans les 10 années à venir. Et d'abord, on va les implanter dans nos vêtements, c'est-à-dire wearables, comme on le dit. Et après, on pourrait s'imaginer qu'on les implante dans nos cerveaux ou dans nos topos.
And then we could imagine, this is in 2016, hit the like button, folks. 2016. And then we could imagine that we will implant them in our brain or in our skin. What? Is there more, Mr. Schwab? 2016 was this interview. Huh?
Et à la fin, peut-être il y a une communication directe entre notre cerveau.
And in the end, maybe there will be a direct communication between our brain and the digital world. So, Mr. Schwab, who are you, pray tell, connecting people with? Who's in the digital world you want people to get connected to? We're talking realms here, folks. It's a gate between this world and the world we can't see.
Et et le monde digital. Ce que nous voyons, c'est une sorte de fusion.
What we see is a kind of fusion of the physical, digital, and biological world. Elder Lawya, do you remember me saying that this stuff that's being rolled out may prepare people to receive the digital technology that's coming?
Yes, sir.
Now, those who didn't survive it, well, guess what? It's the survival of the fittest. They couldn't move to the next level of what? Human evolution, according to these people, allegedly. Fair use. Klaus Schwab, 2016.
Du monde physique, digital et biologique.
I need y'all to check that out, folks. Let me go back and play the whole thing.
Like we talked about it before,
It's going to target the poorest people. Hold on. I have to do this for the sake of copyright strike. So hold up 1 second, folks. Let me straighten this out so there's no strike here. 1 second. That's the one I want. Okay. Fair use. Fair use. So now we see the people pushing it, obviously. Right? Let's go back here a little bit. Fair use.
because it's going to make life easier for them. It's like you get this stipend plus your income. This is going to make it easier for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think this is going to work. This is how they will get people. We will put you on a universal basic income, and you will be given a certain set of parameters how you can use this income. And by the way, you're going to have to get a chip in your hand for tracking. That's how you will access it, right? And additionally, you will then you will be capped at certain purchases. Your carbon footprint will be tracked. What are you buying? Where are you going? And the idea, of course, that, oh, this is only for purchases. We won't be able to track your physical location, your whereabouts. Really? Communication, how is it being tracked? Is it Bluetooth, near field communication? I just walk up and tap it against any kind of like a soda machine. We've already seen them rolling it out at different grocery stores. We see people in Sweden are jumping on board with this, wanting to use this on a regular basis. So there's people already electing to use this, wanting to use this. And they'll do this with the promise of basic income. $2,000 a month. Would you do it? Let us know in the chat if you would do that. This is not some fever dream, by the way. Where did this come from? This was explained in great detail by Klaus Schwab himself in 2016. Listen.
Aujourd'hui, au bout de ça, on parle de puces qu'on pourra s'implanter. Ce sera quand ça?
I'm going to translate here. I'll translate for you all. Certainly in the next few years, and at first we will implant them in our clothes. So the people will have it in their clothes first. And then we can imagine that we will implant them in our brains. No, you can do that yourself, buddy. Or in our skin.
On pourrait s'imaginer qu'on les implante dans nos cerveaux ou dans nos topos, et à la fin.
And at the end, maybe there will be a direct communication between our brain and the digital world. You can't make this up.
Peut-être il y a une communication directe entre notre cerveau et le monde digital. Ce que nous...
What we see is a kind of fusion of physical, digital and biological world.
C'est une sorte de fusion du monde physique, digital et biologique.
Digital and biological.
What do you guys think? Am I the only one outraged by this? They want to inject this and to be able to control our monetary policy. I know this is a little hard for some people to swallow, but they are doing it, guys. I mean, this is what's coming out with this reserve currency. This will be, and I have to ask the question, I'll ask it again. Do you think they intentionally torpedoing the US dollar in favor of this currency? It makes it unattractive. And they want us to move away from cash to begin with. That's been the plan all along. But, I mean, the writing is on the wall here, guys.
I don't know. This is the kind of thing that I want to sort of put aside and be like, no, until I cannot longer.
Until they're knocking at your door. We're here for your chip installation.
Right.
Natalie, where's your hand?
I guess I'm more prone to consider something like this after the pandemic.
You heard her? Hey, they putting it together. They should have gotten the academy, Elder Lawyer. They'd have been known. But maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll subscribe. I'm going to check and see if they're subscribed to A Gathering 144 because it seems as if they're on to something right here. But anyway, Elder Lawyer. You have some people eyes wide open. Now, when I was coming up, I heard some people, they probably just didn't have they had a different understanding at that time. You had some Israelites saying that, as a matter of fact, I grew up under those. I was a general there. So we were teaching in the 90s that the mark of the beast was anyone working for the system. It wasn't an actual chip. And I noticed some of the same Israelites or groups or whatever the case is that wasn't speaking against when the jabby jab came, that made it an option, are the same people who has a question on what the mark of the beast is. So if you leave it as an alternative one way or the other without standing against it, then to some degree, these so-called religious leaders can become complicit. With the congregations who are trusting their leadership, this is something that you can't falter on in a time we're living in now. You can't up and tell people, well, I'm not sure whether or not of what this is. When people are depending on you, your aptitude and your connection with God to guide them in times of uncertainty. So if we learned anything during a crisis, people become wishy-washy who are confident otherwise when things are normal. What are they going to say, Elder Lawyer, when this is rolled out? And as Schwab said, he's seeking to do this. The interview was 2015, and they're right on course, he said, to have this rolled out by 2026. He said in 10 years, we want these things implanted in skin as well as the brain, from this interview of 2016. Right? So, we're right here.
Right.
Next month, there will be, through Elon Musk and others, some type of demonstration near the end of August, right? Where the Neuralink, to some degree, is going to be rolled out. The Neuralink is connecting the brain to what? The beast. Well, they don't call it the beast. To a system. Neuralink will be able, it's going to be this big miracle that can help in the medical field or what have you. And then after this, I believe, that's 2025. I don't know what crisis that we can look that they'll roll out. That's going to have everyone running to get microchipped as an eventual scenario, sometime around 2026 if what he said 2016 is on schedule. He said in 10 years, we want brain chips and we want chips under the skin. And hey, I mean, why not? I mean, why not? Well, we're going to show you why not in a second. Get Revelations 14, Elder Lawya, before I open up the phones. But if you listen to our brother and sister on the morning show, getting chipped by the beast is nothing but a party. Fair use. Of course, you're going to want to do it after this. Of course. Why not? Look how happy they look.
I love this big board.
Oh,
topic.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a
That's why you
big
came
move
back.
at an office that could change the way a lot of Americans work. A tech company in Wisconsin is offering to implant tiny microchips into its employees.
Not just but no. The chips could allow people to unlock office doors, make purchases. Rebecca, come on here.
So many questions about this, Robin and Michael. Good morning. We asked a lot of them. This is the first American company to ever try this. 1 week from today, many of the employees, including the CEO, will voluntarily have the microchips implanted into their body.
Oh, isn't it? Listen. Nothing can be wrong with this. Look how happy she looks. Look at this. The Stepford Wives.
And they're calling it, I'm not kidding here, a chips and salsa party.
Oh!
This morning, like a scene straight out of 007.
So you can keep an eye on me?
Employees at one Wisconsin tech company, 3 Square Market, willingly making that fantasy a reality, implanting their own bodies with microchips. What did the employees say when you brought this idea to them?
Half of them actually within 5 seconds says yes.
CEO Todd Westby, along with 50 of his 80 colleagues, even his wife and kids, preparing to implant these chips, the size of a grain of rice, between their forefingers and thumb.
Elder Lawya. They want to invite you to a chip and salsa party. They're so corny. They're gonna call it a chip and salsa party. They think this is funny.
Right.
So they can do everything from buy snacks in the break room to log in the morning to unlocking doors with just the swipe of a hand. What did it take to persuade the holdouts?
Basically, we had to explain to them there's no tracking of the information. It's not GPS or anything like that.
Yeah, Elder Lawya, you don't have to worry about the GPS feature being turned on. You don't have to worry about that. You can totally trust that they'll make sure you're not tracked. Okay? I mean, you can trust them. They're honest. You know?
The radio frequency technology in the devices, approved by the FDA.
Oh, yeah. The tattoo shops are going to have these too. Right? They're going to roll them out. The same people. Because don't forget, during the stuff a few years ago, tattoo shops, they were opting in to get that thing done.
Right.
Will be inserted with a small needle by a licensed technician. Some internet experts warn that the convenience could come at a cost.
Many things start off with the best of intentions, but sometimes intentions turn. We've survived thousands of years as a species without being microchipped. Is there any particular need to do it now?
Participation is optional, and some are holding out.
There's always the fear of infection, so it's the unknown right now.
But many are excited to...
Infection? Is that our concern? What about burning in hell for an eternity? She's talking about in fear of infection. We're going to show you the infection. If you're looking, man, we're going to show you the infection in Revelations 14 in a second.
To give the new technology a try.
I think it's kind of cool. Just pop it up there and it'll work.
Just pop it up there. It's that simple. So to give you a sense, here's a grain of rice. The chips will be inserted like this grain of rice right here between your thumb and your forefinger. And most of the employees have opted in. It is voluntary.
One size fits all, I guess. Now, what happens if you get the implant and then you're like, I don't want this anymore?
So they told me, in case this happens, you pop it out. You literally push it out the way you would push a splinter out of your hand. Yes.
Okay.
Are you on board?
No.
The brother said, he put on a Bullwinkle hat and said, to the no, no, no. Hey, you know, he's not. He said no, because you know it's all about optics. It's about the trust optics. If you have someone who looks like you agree, there's a good chance you can be persuaded to try it. So when they had two black people there, they understand that the majority of our people are what? Christians. Grew up in the Christian church, and regardless of the exegesis or the philosophy out there, the mark of the beast have always been a no-no within our community.
Mm-hmm.
We've been waiting for it. We didn't know who was going to administer it. We thought it was one man that was going to pop up with that Jesuit lie of one Antichrist. But all in all, our people have always been thumbs down on getting the mark of the beast. So how do you do it? Through their propaganda, Elder Lawya. Of course, you'll put two black people before us and say, ha, 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 chip and salsa party. You know, but at the end, you see my man stood 10 toes down and said, because you notice the white woman asked them, what about y'all going to get it? And he said, Bullwinkle, no, no, no. So it's really trying to coax us into it. But I believe they're going to get a large number of us if they do it with a caveat. And I believe, Lawya, that's that connection with the stimulus check and all these others, free money. I believe that's going to be a carrot dangling that our people just can't resist. If they can get the pastors on board first. A matter of fact, I need to ask a question real quick. 1 second. I'm going to call a pastor real quick. 1 second. Real live here. Live. I'm going to call a pastor that I used to know. 1 second. Yeah. 1 second. Yeah.
Hey, Bishop.
Hey, Nash, I got a question for you real quick. If the government came to you and said privately they'll give you $2,000 a month, right? $2,000 a month, free money, and it'll be attached to your bank account or whatever the case is, and you can always spend it by swiping your hand at a supermarket. Would you get a chip injected in your hand if they offered $2,000 a month for you?
Almost said H,
Huh?
I would say H, and get out my place and talk to that young.
Yeah, and you would make sure you tell those in your congregation the same. You'll do a Bullwinkle on them. Hell to the no, no, no is what you're saying.
That's what I would do.
My brother from the same mother. Talk to you soon. All right. All right. Hey, we even got pastors on board. They waking up.
That's right.
Hey, that was a pastor live. Hey, listen, you can say what you want, but you know what? I believe that the government is going to tighten the screws. It could be during a serious crisis where it's the perfect storm that will force people into doing it. Right? Suppose it's a thing where it's a perfect storm, Elder Lawya, a lockdown. The same time the lockdown is happening, there's stuff that's being administered again, right? Jobs are not allowing people into their businesses. Bills are piling up, right? And then when it comes to whatever disease or whatever that's working, now they're getting the schools involved saying that, listen, you're unfit by not making sure your children are good. So because of this, we're going to step in and cut off any subsidies you might have, such as SNAP, welfare, Section 8. You must comply or you're out of here. And you'll be able to do it privately without anyone knowing. So I'm going to revisit this conversation with him later because, I had a bone to pick with some of the pastors during that time when everything was shut down, where they thought as a viable option to keep things going to allow the government into their buildings. Now, and the reason why I had a problem is you can do what you want as a pastor. It's up to you. My problem is, Elder Lawya. Hold on. Here's my problem. Here's my problem. My problem is the government make claims of separation of church and state when it's convenient for them. That was my problem. If you're going to say it is separation between church and state, and that's why prayer in the Bible is no longer allowed in school, then we on the other side can say, well, these buildings that we have to serve our God and serve our community who worship Christ here has a separation policy when it comes to you promoting something government that in an institution that belongs to God. You can't have it both ways. You can't say that there's a separation between church and state and take the Bible and pray out of the school, but say that when there's a crisis, you want to use what? A religious building that believes in God. No, you can't have it both ways. If there's a separation, let it be a separation. Don't try to convince me. Don't come in here with your government and try to convince us to vote for your candidate. Don't use our facilities to try to push something on our people based on their belief and in a leader or someone who's established under God to guide them. So that was my problem with some of the pastors. They were opening up their institutions for government initiatives when the government is stating clearly they want nothing to do with our Christ. That's hypocrisy at its best. Elder Lawya, let's deal with this one scripture, then open up the lines.
Yes, sir.
Let's get it. Revelation 14:9. Let's see if the woman have more to worry about than an infection.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Revelation chapter 14, verse number 9.
Okay, let's get there for the folks here, for my brothers and sisters. Right? All praises here. We're in the Bible now. Let's see if she has more to worry about than an infection. Revelation 14:9. Let's read it.
Revelation 14, verse number 9. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation.
Read.
And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb.
The Lamb is Christ. Christ isn't having it. Read.
11. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever.
Read.
And they have no rest day nor night, who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Here is the patience of the saints.
Here's the patience of the saints. The saints ain't having it. Read.
Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Yeshua.
See, that's key. Even for Israelites who say, let's keep the commandments. It's a lack of faith. It's a lack of faith accepting or pushing the initiatives which are anti-God. And the beta test happened a few years ago. That's right. When so-called Bible believers and leaders were buckling under government pressure when it came to their initiatives. That was the test. If they were wishy-washy then, you have to keep an eye on them when the chip rolls out. I'm going to tell you this right now. So you can't claim that I'm following the commandments, but then you show forth a lack of faith during a time of crisis. Right? Elder Lawya, anything you have to say before I open up the lines? Because this is what I need to know. Someone says 501c3. Let me make it clear. Those under 501c3 didn't have to comply to that.
Right.
Okay, they didn't have to comply to that. Now, we're not 501c3, but I understand what 501c3 status is. Okay? You could have had 501c3 and not opted into none of that. You could have just kept your doors closed. Or, believe it or not, you could have actually kept your church open. You could have kept it open. I know many pastors kept their church open all the way through the whole thing. Through the pressure and all that. They had measures in place, but still they kept it open. So no, 501c3 doesn't make it where you're forced to do what the government says. All right? No, it doesn't do that. Right. Okay? It's more so a tax status. So that a church or a nonprofit can operate as a nonprofit without having to worry about the tax. But 501c3 does have some things in it that can actually take powers away from those who once had power under religious scenarios, okay? They have committees and all these other things that can circumvent the pastor within these new guidelines, all right? So, no, don't believe that. 501c3 is just a status, okay?
Right.
It's just a status. There's many pastors on the 501c3 who didn't participate in anything. They had a stance with God and stated, well, okay, all due respect, I follow the laws that be. I follow the commandments outright. But all in all, there's a separation between church and state. Okay? And guess what? When the contradiction comes or the resistance comes, when you bring forth an initiative that's against my faith. Okay? I have a religious right not to accept anything that's against my faith and my beliefs. Okay? And some pastors stood down. They stood on their faith. All right? Now, some others believe that, the jabby jab at that time was the mark of the beast, and they withstood it for that. But I said it from the beginning. No, that's not the one. But guess what? What I'm seeing, everything being put in place, is actually priming the pump for what's to come prophetically in the future. 515-605-9327. Will your family members get this when it rolls out if it's a guaranteed $2,000 a month? Will your family be out there in line, waiting in line like the new iPhone to get the thing, to get the mark of the beast? What say you? 515-605-9327. At one time, Elder Lawya, like I said, I would have put down anything to say that my family would not have followed what they were pushing out there. And I was wrong. I was wrong. At the end of the day, people do what they want to do. Mm-hmm. And after I seen how people acted out and people didn't believe anything but what they were seeing on television. At that time, I realized the world is in serious trouble. The majority of the world is without faith at all. And I'm talking about people who claim to believe in Christ. So I've seen it with my own family. I know for sure. I can think about 20, 30 people. If they say $2,000 to get chipped, guess what? They'll be there. They'll camp out. They'll be there 12 midnight. And I dare you to jump the line. I'm going to tell you, I know about 20 of my family members that'll be there. They'll hold place. Okay, they'll be there and be on the phone with others saying, listen, I got 3 spots I held for you. Mm-hmm. 515 605-9327. Yes. And for those who missed it, we can talk about it. All right. To do a recap, I started off real quick. For those who missed it, I started off with showing the purge first. I showed the purge first. DMX, heart attack. The purging or the prophecy of people just falling out after the so-called, after the lockdowns. Let me put it that way. A lot of deaths out of nowhere for high-profile people. DMX, Kevin Samuels, heart. Belgium soccer player, heart, 25 years of age. We all knew about this one here, right? We all knew about this one. Damar Hamlin fell out from nowhere after a hit. Jamie Foxx said he'd been from hell and back. A mysterious sickness out of nowhere. Elon Musk tweet, and his tweets get taken down. But I don't even want to deal with that because Elon Musk is playing on both sides of the fence. He's speaking as if he's for freedom, but then he's bringing out Neuralink. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. And then Bronny James, our prayers go out to this young man. You know, his father, great basketball player, and he's looking to follow in his father's footsteps. Strong young brother, fell out from nowhere. He's doing better, but our prayers. But guess what? Here it is. 18-year-old son, he suffered a cardiac arrest. Mysteriously, a lot of heart conditions are going down right after the lockdowns, and I think people need to put two and two together. And I believe that we're in a purge before the mark. A purge before the mark of the beast. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder Ramar, for holding serve. Let me open up the lines. 515, let's talk about it. Will your family members be lined up to do the thing? Okay, let's see. And again, we at what? Week 6, Elder Lawya of the Academy?
Yes, sir. Week number 6.
Week number 6, finding the Ark of the Covenant. You don't want to miss that, and we're going to fuse
Welcome to Blog Talk
with the
Radio.
letters portals.
Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
I can't do that. Elder Lawya, I'm going to call you right back.
Yes, sir.
All right. Finding the Ark of the Covenant. Oh, yeah. You don't want to miss that. More archaeological proof that the Bible is real. Right? Let's do this. I'll call in this way. And if you're interested in getting in our academy, just go to historytimes.org. You don't want to miss it. This has been the best academy to date. Hands down. Archaeological proof, charts, everything. You don't want to miss our academy. Nothing like it on earth.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay, I'm adding Lawya now.
Unmuted.
Okay, we have Steve who's live in the place. Elder Lawya is back with us. Steve, the floor is yours. The purge before the mark is the topic. 515-605-9327. If there's a person who's going to take the mark of the beast who don't believe it's the mark when it comes out, the RFID chip, let us know too. You can come in and you can bring your side of the argument. We'll be happy to hear your side of why it's okay to use your, a microchip as your debit card. All right, 347 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Steve. How are you?
I'm blessed. All praise to the Most High. I came across something that's very interesting yesterday evening. My nephew introduced me to something that is called the super stamp. Now, this stamp that they're advertising is supposed to have some certain type of pattern on it, where if you were to have any type of ailments, it can solve your ailments. And I was listening to the presentation for about a half an hour, 40 minutes or so. And he asked me, was I going to deal with this? And I told him no. And he said, why? I said, because that's clearly part of the market of beast system. And he says, what are you talking about? I said, they're going to use these type of things to program you to make some great miracles happen. If you have heart disease, you take a patch, you no longer have heart disease. And I said, this is exactly what he is promoting. He had testimonies of people who are arthritic, people who have MS and things like that. And once they took the patch, they no longer had those issues. Matter of fact, they even going to physicians to be examined and everything, and said that the ailment was gone. And I said, don't you see what that is? It's part of the control system for you to accept the market of beast. And he says, I don't think so. I'm like, okay, well, you did take that shot anyway, didn't you?
How old is he? How old is he?
My nephew's like around 40.
Okay. Hey, if anything, like I'm doing, I'm taking inventory of the close zombies. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, metaphorically, what they showed on The Walking Dead is what's coming, and it's not people walking around coming out of the grave eating people. It's talking about those who are operating with their eyes shut. And when the world comes into full view, the reality of what this world is, you understand, they're going to be scavenging to survive. So the whole deal is we're in preparation mode now, right? We're in modes of saying, okay, let's come under Christ, the law, statutes, and commandments, those who are of like mind, and understand when the Bible says those in your home will be, your foes will be them of your own household. And it also stated that we're living in a time where the love of many shall wax cold, and will be betrayed by our closest friends. So the whole deal is, brother, we were born into a war. And this, I'm going to tell you what's a shame.
Indeed.
I'm going to tell you what's a shame that I'm recognizing after traveling the whole world. You have a bunch of white people that are more prepared for what's coming than our people.
Indeed.
And see, and this is
I see that.
Yeah. Not to say some of them are walking around bumping their head all over the place too, totally blind. It's not all, but if you're looking at a percentage, there's more of these other nations in tune to understand what's going on, and are actually putting measures in place to survive. In comparison to our people, I mean, the numbers are drastic. You understand? And it's deep because are you in the academy?
Yes, I am, sir.
Yeah, you notice we were talking about the Constitution and the fact that has been one of the greatest obstacles of the elite, having that Constitution in place, and they're trying to redirect and do things to try to chip away at those rights for those who are under the Constitution. Well, a lot of people don't even know that the Second Amendment, when it comes to protecting yourself, is actually a law that's laid down by Christ himself. Did you know that?
No, that I did not know, but
let me read this. Go ahead. Say what you got to say.
Please. But they already have a plan in place to eliminate the Constitution and everything. With the next, what is it? Emergency. The World Health Organization is going to remove all the laws and statutes and everything, and come in with their own control.
Well, I know what you're talking about. It's not really getting rid of it, but under an emergency declaration, they're able to circumvent the legislators to roll things out, which is an end around the legislative branches of the government. I know what you're talking about, but it's not going to be them getting rid of the Constitution more so than circumventing it. Let me read this for you real quick. Where it says, 1 second, where Christ said, sell your cloak and get a sword. Elder Lawyer, grab that for me real quick. Hold on 1 second, all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have it. Luke 22. Listen to this. Second Amendment. Now, a lot of us believe that this was the so-called founding fathers who drafted that. But a lot of the laws that's in the Constitution came from Bible precepts to protect believers' sovereignty. Look at this right here. This is Christ himself. So if they wanted to disarm what you would call citizens who aren't criminals, folks, that's antichrist. Let's read this real quick. Let's read this. Luke 22 reads, this is Christ. And he said unto them, when I sent you without purse or scrip and shoes, lack ye anything? And they said nothing. Then said he unto them, but now he that have a purse, that means you have money, let him take it, and likewise his scrip. And he that have no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one. Let him sell his garment and what? Buy one. Folks, a lot of you don't even know that a lot of these constitutional rights are biblical. Now, of course, it's not for you to assault or harm anyone, but you have to be in place. You have to always have yourself in a position to defend what? Your life and limb and your family. It's about defense. So a lot of brothers and sisters don't know that Second Amendment is Christ's words. All right? Of course, they're going to try to radicalize it and make it look crazy and make it look like right-wing racists are behind all of this. But they're taking out the Christ element. If you don't have protection, and then those who are looking to assail you all have ammunition and guns, and what happens to you and your family? So ultimately, the greatest sword is Christ. But it's not wrong to have some level of protection if it's legal and you are what? A law-abiding citizen. What say you before I go to the next call? So you didn't know that was in the Bible?
No, sir, but I appreciate the enlightenment of the word, Father.
Praise the Most High, my brother. All right, I'm going to go to the next call, and I'll see you soon. As a matter of fact, I'll talk to you Friday on Patreon, my brother.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, Elder.
Yes, Ramar. How are you, sir?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm blessed by the best. I'm healthy. I'm here ready to spiritually rumble in this war against evil. Talk to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I had to chime in on this one because I just had a recent experience. This past week, I went to Mexico. I went to a resort.
Okay.
and this is the third time I've been since 2019. And I had to share this experience with you. It's right on with this broadcast tonight.
Okay.
But so I'm checking out. I'm checking in at the hotel front desk, and they're giving me all my stuff, and I'm like, well, "Where's my room key?" And he's like, "Oh, you don't have to worry about it. It's on your bracelet, because whenever you're all inclusive, they give you a bracelet, so that whenever you're eating and drinking, you're covered, right?" So I looked at the bracelet, and it had this flat device on it, and he said, "Yeah, you just scan in your room with this device on your wrist." And then every time that you would eat anything or drink anything, you had to scan. Even though it's all inclusive, the waiters and the waitresses carried around these tablets with scanners on them. And then when you go to scan for what you ate, they're keeping track of everything. It said RFID signature. It said it on the tablet, right? And so real time, it's hitting me, and I'm like, whoa, because just this month, July, FedNow just launched the pilot program for the central bank digital currency, right? So I'm tripping on that, like, okay, well, the next thing is they're going to incrementally start to crash this system so they can segue over to the new digital one. At the same time, you have Elon Musk rolling out, getting FDA approved for Neuralink, right? And so I'm putting all these things together real time. I'm like, I got to get with the elder, tell him about this. But you do the broadcast tonight, and then here it is, WEF talking about they're about to roll out the universal basic income with the RFID in your hand. So I'm just like, whoa, like this thing is we're here.
Yes.
And the crazy part of it is, elder, I had to catch myself because it was so convenient to be able to just go to my room and just scan in. And when you're dealing with hotel cards, you got to keep up with them. You can lose them. You got to reach in your pocket. You got to try to locate it. You have to worry about none of that. You just scan in, and then every time you go to, get your food or your drink or whatever, you just scan. Everything is just all in the scanning of the wrist, and it's all convenient. And I'm like, you know what? It's going to be so easy to get people more and more on these particular types of, things where they're getting the bracelets on people and getting them in these scenarios where they got to use them, and to just transition from that over to being inside your body for security purposes. It's going to be so easy, like giving candy to a baby. Once you've had the forbidden fruit, right, it's going to be hard now to say, I'm not going to do that. It's going to be, like you're saying in this broadcast tonight, it's going to be a smooth transition over to have people just take the mark.
Yeah. And just hypothetically, Elder Rawchaa, just say if there are dissenting voices, right, who's against what's going on, but yet they got the stuff in them. And let's just say hypothetically at any time, something can happen scientifically that can move that person out of the way with that time-release stuff chilling in them. That's a way of warfare without actually sending one soldier, anything. So that's why I went into this purge thing, leading to the mark, because who knows what technology they have to get those out of the way, who they deem a threat, who volunteered, who opted themselves into their stuff. Let me put it that way, loosely. Now, the next thing I wanted to say, and thank you, Elder Rawchaa, the sister had a good question. She says, I thought it said that the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. She's absolutely right. The weapons of our warfare are spiritual. So was Christ's weapons against evil warfare. It was spiritual. Christ was the most spiritual they come. But he told the disciples to sell their cloak and get a sword, not for them to go to war, but to defend themselves. And the example I can give you is that the weapons of against your warfare is not carnal. You may not have a tool or a gun in your home. Okay, it's up to you. But if someone came, a stranger or someone up the street who's high on drugs or whatever the case may be, came into your house and kicked open your door, or you heard this man coming through your door, would you not grab a knife? Right? Now, the weapon of your warfare isn't carnal. The weapons of our warfare aren't carnal. But you know you can't take a man. You have your children in their sleep. Right? Or you can say the weapons of warfare, Christ says, the Bible says the weapon of our warfare aren't carnal. Let me just sit back and allow him to come through and have his way with me and my family. Right? So you still have to be logical with the scriptures. It doesn't mean you have to sacrifice yourself for someone who's coming to sell you. That's not what the Bible is saying when it says the weapon of our warfare aren't carnal. What it says is you can't battle carnality with carnality. You must operate in the spirit. That's an entirely different subject than having some defense for you and your family. Two separate topics altogether that shouldn't be intertwined. All right. Ramar, anything else? $2,000 for each person who come and get beast mode. Let me ask you. Do you know anybody in your family that line up to get some of the what they call a sweet chip?
Nope.
Chips and salsa, they call it. Chips and salsa.
not immediate family, but extended. Based upon what happened in the past few years, I would say it's an easy yes for them, because they are carnal and stuff of this world is very dear to them. And just one last thing before I let you go to the next one, Elder.
Okay, it's on you.
One last thing I noticed.
Yeah.
When I was going through the airport, which I didn't notice the last time. I think the last time I flew was for Passover to Cleveland. Was now here in Dallas, they had the facial scanners to where you didn't even need to use your passport. You just stepped in front of the camera, and they would scan your face, and your passport would pop up in the database. Some people, they were scanning, and then they would have them stand in front of the camera to make sure that the facial recognition matched your contours of your face with, your passport, so there's no passport fraud going on. I'm like, whoa, they're really tightening this thing up to where you're not going to be able to, like the scripture says, buy or sell, lest he that have the mark, with all this mark of the beast technology that they're rolling out. And I'll leave it there.
Well, thank you, Elder. I appreciate all your work, and hey, let's finish, right? Bless you, sir. And someone asked, well, what if the 2,000 run out? You have to realize what they're planning with this universal monthly package they're doing. They're not seeking to have it run out. What they're trying to do is get more people on board and eventually move all people into that universal community of just receiving the minimum amount being doled out by the government, the highest form of control. Socialism at its best. Okay? And all in all, it's really, when you look at it, as far as I'm concerned, it's rooted in Marxism, and it takes away ambition. One thing about capitalism, it comes from the old adage, that's right, you eat what you kill. How ambitious you are is how much you can actually grow and accumulate more for your family. Well, no. What they're trying to do is trying to demonize anyone who worked hard and say that everyone should have all things equal. And it sounds good on the surface, but can you trust those who are doling it out? That means you give up your right to property. You give up your right to everything, and you're just using what belongs to the government. You own nothing. And as long as you are a complicit citizen, you'll be able to operate with your little $2,000 in the area they deem as necessary based on you not hurting the ecosystem. So if they feel that out of that $2,000 that you should only be able to have one steak for your family every 3 months? Well, guess what? That's right. It's going to be transitioned into a socialist scenario where when you use it, you can only get the products allowed according to the schedule based on what? The global warming and helping the earth piece, the eco piece. So now it first start with $2,000. Then it begins with, well, this is what you can get based on that $2,000. Okay. A cheese sandwich with some bread, no mayo this time. Okay. And everything is going to be digitally allotted so they can know exactly what you're getting. And that's not dealing with the cost of living. Suppose you get $2,000 and the gas prices keep going up and all the products keep going up. Now what? They're not adjusting that $2,000. Right? The cost of living is something. Chris has a comment.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, sir. How are you?
Yes, sir. Oh, directed to the question you asked, Elder. I know if people was willing to go get the jab for $100, I'm sure $2,000 is gonna light it. You know, what I mean, they eyes is gonna have the dollar sign in it, like Scrooge McDuck. So I know, elders, like, and I'm so glad to this church. All praise to the Most High, higher, that this church is putting the truth out there, just to give them that option. It's either you're gonna, it's like you said, Elder. It's either you're gonna choose the Most High or Satan. There's only two choices, and this is the option that the church is giving. And I'd like to thank you and Elder Lawya, Elder Dale, for doing the work. All praise to the Most High, higher.
Well, thank you, my brother. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. Hey, I've seen some family. Listen, all due respect, and I love my people, but I'm in North Philly, Elder Lawya, and they was giving out those I'm talking about when these things started rolling out, when the Popeye chicken sandwiches was hitting. Listen, I know some people who went to go get their stuff to get a couple of chicken sandwiches. So I mean, we up against it. The children of God is up against it. And if you can do that for a few chicken sandwiches, I know what you're going to do with $2,000 on the table.
Right.
I mean, I grew up in North Philly, Elder Lawya, during the peak of the crack epidemic. And I'm going to tell you, I done seen some people for $35 will scale a wall. So for $2,000, I'm going to tell you this right now. It's the zombie apocalypse is upon us. 330 area code.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
Shalom, sunshine. How are you?
I'm well. All praise to the Most High. I had just wanted to say that, well, all praise to the Most High. There is no one in my immediate family that lives with me that would be in line to get that mark of the beast.
Good.
But also, I do have other family members that are pretty close to me that I feel like they would step up for it, because a lot of their stuff was all about that stimulus check that was going around. I was like, hey, how about that stimulus check? Give me up for that stimulus check, things like that on social media. And going on to the mark, I had actually seen a video on TikTok where this girl who was probably around my age, she had already had one implanted, and this guy was talking about, don't you know that's some Antichrist stuff? And she kind of was like, okay, what? Oh yeah, it's Antichrist. You know, like how people do, like when they don't really believe in Christ the way we do. And I feel like, and the comments on that video were talking a lot about, oh yeah, no, I don't know what she thinks she got herself into. I don't know. She really messed up. But it makes me wonder how many of those people who commented that would react in desperation because, the pandemic, the whole world shut down. People were going crazy, like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Things are going crazy. And even other things that followed that up, there was a lot of devastation in people's lives, and people were changed by that. So it really makes you think about what people would do in that situation. I know for me personally, I ain't taking that mark.
Good.
Because it's not worth all the work that I've been trying to put into this walk. I've been on this journey with the truth for almost 7 years, and I intend to be sticking with the Most High for the rest of my life. But does not feel like it would be worth it to go through with just that one small thing that would destroy my life, like my life now, and then my spiritual life. Like, I would lose my soul, and that to me is just not worth it.
Okay,
I'd rather starve and let people.
Well, that's good. It's just I know you're down to the end, but I need to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
What have you done with Sunshine? Where is she?
I don't know Sunshine.
They've cloned Sunshine. I'm like, hold up, but she's not in the basement tied up, is she? Who's this?
No, sir. No, it's funny you say that because I'm with the Cleveland congregation, and I have a couple of my brothers and sisters there that we're talking about. You sound like Sunshine.
Oh, okay. All right.
But if you see her, tell her I said hello.
Okay, so you tricked me. I knew you were in Sunshine. All right. All right, see you later.
No, sir. My name is Sayakwa.
Oh, okay. Stop playing with me. Hey, we love Sunshine here. I'm like, who cloned Sunshine? All right. All right, Shalom. All right. I'm like, that ain't
Shalom, Elder.
Bless you. All right. Don't be messing with our people now. Okay, Kmar has a comment.
Shalom.
Shalom. How you doing, Kmar?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya.
All right. How are you?
Oh man, I'm so blessed. I just wanted to say there is a cartoon. It's an animation that I'm going to send Elder Ramar's way. It's called Beyond the Reset. If you haven't seen it, it's on BitChute.
It's called Beyond the Reset?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me write that down.
It is so good.
I'm gonna write that down. Well, no spoilers, because I have to see it.
Oh no, I'm not even gonna spoil it for you.
But I'll tell you what, if you can give us an overview of what to expect.
It is actually an overview of what to expect during the reset.
Now, we just had a reset a few years ago. Are you talking about another reset? Because there's other things I wanted to cover. There's other things I wanted to cover, like these mosquitoes that was released a few days ago, where our people was out having a picnic. I mean, we was out just, and mosquitoes they actually was filming and saying a helicopter came by and have released mosquitoes on us, some bugs. And yeah, so I'm going to talk about that Friday too, because in the same area now that these so-called things were released allegedly, they're now reported in the news that there's a strain of West Nile virus in that same particular area. So, I mean, who knows what's being, and these are things that are actually, you can look this up in the news yourself. The news had to respond and say, there's no killer mosquitoes. There was bugs released. Well, the people didn't say they were killer mosquitoes. They're saying that they, a helicopter went by and they looked up. There were mosquitoes everywhere. So I got to look into that too, because are you saying a new reset based on what's to come, or a continuation from that reset all of us just came out of?
No, this is it's futuristic. of the upcoming economic reset.
Listen,
It's an animation.
I'm keeping my eye on 2025 and 2026. I'm keeping my eye right there. I believe that whatever's going to happen in that period of time is going to be a game changer of biblical proportions. And I wouldn't be surprised if they attach the next thing that comes and claim or say that it's from Africa. Cut it, snip it. Think about what I'm telling you. I wouldn't be surprised. The first thing they said, okay, Wuhan, whatever. I truly believe that the next thing coming is going to be some type of African connection. Because I know for sure, and I've been saying this since early 2010, that the last battleground for resources is going to be against our people in Africa. That's going to lead to us actually running on into the Nile and areas that the waters have receded and going into the wilderness. So that told me, when I seen those areas that going into the wilderness, that told me that the last battleground will be Africa. So the way they can indirectly attack it is claiming that there's something that came from there that threatens the world. So here we go. Here we go.
And
right.
Then another one I want you to check out, if you haven't seen it yet, is on Netflix. Jamie Foxx, one of his last movies.
Yeah.
They cloned Tyrone.
Oh, you know what?
That yet?
Don't tell me about it, because everyone is buzzing about this. They cloned Tyrone as if a lot of serious things are hidden subliminally in that particular thing that I have to see. So don't say anything. I heard about it. I'll tell you what. I'll look at it between now and Friday, and I'll talk about it on our Patreon.
I love it. Yeah, we need that because it's very esoteric. But some of the stuff is just eyes wide open too. I was like, wow, it's interesting. Yeah, so they cloned Tyrone beyond the reset. And then to answer your question, unfortunately, when you said would our family members be in line for $2,000, Elder, some of our family members was in line for a dozen of Krispy Kreme donuts.
Lord have mercy.
What did you? They were giving out Krispy Kreme donuts here in Kansas City, and then there was a bar that was giving away free beer. Free, like
man.
Listen. So, yeah.
Don't tell me that. I listen. I know a lot. I know a lot of folk. You talk about giving out some beer. Malt liquor, whatever the case is. I know some folk that'll be there for that. So, Lord have mercy.
Sister, and I have a relative right
sister,
now.
look what I have here. Hold on. Just hold on. I just found something.
Okay.
Hold tight. This is interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. State of Florida. Now, this is the news. State of Florida approves release of millions of genetically modified mosquitoes. Why? Now, this was just last year, but why? And then this year, it seems as if they're seeking to agitate and discourage people from actually going out and enjoying good weather. But go on, you have the last word.
Oh, I was just going to say, just the thought of it is giving me an indicator that the brothers and sisters, we need to start making our own natural insect repellent and just using it on a day-to-day basis, because they definitely, have an agenda. And the Bible says that the wise man sees dangers from afar off and hide it themselves. So I just think we need to be careful for nothing.
Oh, man. Hold up, sister. Someone said they did us dirty. Hold on. What's going on here? I'm going to place you on hold. You need to see this. You know it's wrong when the title is They Did Us Dirty. Hold tight. I have to pull this up. Fair use. You know what? Let me download this. They did us dirty. Lord, have mercy. What we have here. Lord, our people, they give us no rest. Come on now. We just trying to have a all right time, you know? Fair use. Hold on. Lord, fair use. This sister usually have some good stuff here, so. I'm not going to be on late tonight, y'all, so.
Someone uploaded a
Here it is.
video to the internet that has now gone viral from a festival that took place in Baltimore, Maryland at Druid Hill Park, alleging that a helicopter dropped deadly mosquitoes onto the festival goers. Check it out.
In Baltimore. Look at this. Our people minding our business. Look at this.
So as you saw also on the caption, it said, helicopter released deadly mosquitoes in Baltimore, Maryland, AFRAM 2023. Then it goes on to say, Baltimore, I can't believe y'all did us dirty and released those bugs on us. So again, the allegation is that the city of Baltimore dropped deadly mosquitoes on people who were at the festival.
Allegedly. Boy, we can't get together and do nothing. They're like, yeah, I know what we can do. Let's break this thing up. Like, where do you find mosquitoes to drop on a picnic at? I mean, to drop on a festival. I don't know, where do you find these things? Huh? I wonder where we can find these. Huh? I wonder where. You know what? I don't even know if I can show this. I can't show this. I'll wait to Patreon. Because every time I connect things to who's doing it, something happens to this page. So, next call. I'm gonna use it to Patreon. Because I know a guy been running around with some glasses playing around with mosquitoes. But I can't talk about him on this particular platform. But I'll wait till Friday. Let's see here. Barazai has a question. Let's see. And
Hello.
Kyrie, I have you.
Hello?
I have you next, Kyrie. Yes. How are you?
Oh, Shalom, Elder. This is Barzal out of KC. How's it going?
I'm blessed. How are you, sir? Good to hear from you.
Doing well. Thank you. I had a question, I guess, about the spiritual realm.
Yeah.
What was the name of the bosom of Abraham before Abraham?
Well, I can't say what that is because I never read any other name outside of that. You have to realize that when it comes to the creation of the earth, the universe, the beginning and ending was actually created in the beginning. All spirits that would come into the earth was created in the beginning. So if you're looking at it from Earth's time and saying, looking back, well, how could it be called the bosom of Abraham before Abraham was born? Well, that's what that was the intent of that area when the earth was made. Okay, Adam would come and all others would come, including Abraham and those of his ilk, those of his genetics. Okay, it was always the bosom of Abraham. You understand? It has nothing to do with time or space. It was what that area was created for in the beginning. You understand?
Okay. I do. I appreciate it.
All right. Any other questions?
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom.
Oh, no, sir. Everything's tied in. Shalom.
Okay, thank you. Shalom. Okay, Kyrie.
Hello?
Yes, Kyrie, how are you?
Hello?
You're live.
Yes. Okay, Elder. I just need. Okay, my question is, have you heard of the song Jericho?
Yeah, I heard of the song Jericho, and that's an amazing talent. But I think
it's an amazing song. But if you listen to the lyrics, it's actually talking about the Well, first of all, sorry for interrupting you, Elder.
Now go on.
The song I actually bothered to figure out the lyrics of what was being said, and I was like, as soon as I heard it, I had goosebumps, like something was not right about it.
Yeah,
so when I actually looked at the lyrics,
yeah, it's speaking of something else coming into our existence that was really existing for a long time from someplace else. It's speaking of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you knew about. I wondered if you knew about that. That was my question.
Oh yeah, it's a
and
shame.
My comment was,
it's a shame because the musical, I would say, harmonies and the way the song is attacked is on another level when it comes to talent, when it comes to actually conveying his artistry. I mean, it's on a level when it comes to the song, but what he's saying, believe it or not, that cosmic idea have been out there for a long time. In the 70s, when brothers was running around with those platforms and spaceships and coming from another planet and all that whole cosmic music genre once existed in like the 70s. But he came back with Jericho that had the same message, but it's really up to date more so about this cosmic being entering our realm, Satan. Yeah. Right.
And my comment actually has to do with around the teenage and the children's entertainment section, which for me, back when I was a teenager and a child, I watched cartoons and anime, and one of those I ran into was Full Metal Alchemist, and that actually made that off the flip actually made me look at the Bible, and I was like, for some reason this seems to be a parallel to it. They tried to exterminate an entire race, and then they used them as materials for something otherworldly, and that was their plan all along. Then they even double-crossed their own country that they built.
Well, when it comes down to it, when you look at the story of Jericho, it was about the seed of Nephilim rebuilding their city on our land. And when Joshua and Caleb, when we marched around there 7 times, the wall of Jericho came down, the Nephilim were destroyed, and many of them ran into Mount Seir. Now, when you hear the song now, the Nephilim has returned. The spirits of the Nephilim has returned. But now, in return, they're gonna build a society against the righteous now and crumble the walls on those who destroyed their foreparents. So the wall of Jericho they're building is against the righteous as a revenge against our people who brought down the walls of Jericho. So what they're doing is that in reverse. They're building a systematic wall to destroy us and have the whole society crumble down on God's people. That's what they're saying in the message. But we all know they lose. Thank you, my brother.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
Kmar, I think we had Kmar. I'm going to come back to you in a second. 720 area code. Anthony, the Purge before the mark. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church. Shalom.
Shalom, brother. I just wanted to say thank you, brothers. I appreciate all the help and all the love that you've been given. I just wanted to put that out there just to answer what you was asking us. We have any immediate family that would be in line for the $2,000, and I actually
monthly. That's monthly. That's not $2,000. That's $2,000 monthly. That's almost $50,000 a year.
You right, and I definitely agree with you. Just dealing with the jab that we came out of 3 years ago. A lot of the family members are women inside of my family, and a lot of the men have passed on or moved to different states inside of my immediate family. So a lot of the family that's here in Colorado with me are majority of women. And I came into the truth about 13, and I've been studying for a very long time now. And my mother, my grandmother, my aunties, they give me a hard time about the truth. My sister is an older sibling of mine, and she had just came into the truth, about a year ago. And she is fully grounded, and she tells me all the time, she's like, Anthony, brother, I thank you so much. I thank you so much. She's like, she tells me, with you being the only female figure in our lives in Colorado here, with us being that close, she's like, it's hard. She tells me every day how hard it is, knowing that there's not too many male figures around, and with all the women that in line, even her also, she fell in line also with the jab also as well. She knows how difficult it's gonna be with the elderly women in my family, that just so hard for them to believe what the word of the Bible, because my grandma, she always tells me, she's like, why would the government be wrong? And
hold on, your grandmother said what?
My grandmother tells me, she's like, why would the government be wrong?
Well, let's stop right there.
About anything.
Let's stop right there. Slavery was a government initiative. So then I would have to respond back, all due respect, Grandma. Government, slavery, what do we think? You think were they wrong about that? And if they were, when did they become right? When did they switch from Abraham Lincoln, the Emancipation Proclamation is when they became right? I mean,
right.
What do you mean? Government is government. Government is not about right or wrong. Government is about power.
Exactly. I totally agree.
Government is power. So the whole thing, they do what they can to stay in power. They let citizens determine whether or not it's right or wrong. They can care less about that. But go on. But it's us. But we have laws according to God. No, go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. Not to interrupt you, but I totally agree with you. It's pretty much comes from a financial power standpoint. A lot of the people that I'm around here in Colorado, they look at things from a financial standpoint where, nothing can overpower people with money. If you have the money, then you have the power.
Yeah.
And, it's hard for them to, and in so many ways, I definitely understand. But if you believe in that spirit of the Most High,
okay,
I believe that the power of the Most High.
Well, let me get in real quick, right? It's like this. There's a such thing as cognitive dissonance. When one have adjusted themselves, put it this way, when you tell it your life a certain type of way, and you don't know any other way of existing, right? People like that cannot accept a change. And this is why Christ said you cannot put old wine in new bottles lest it bursts. I mean, new wine in old bottles lest it bursts. The reality is sometimes we have to work with our elderly on the level they're on without utterly just, because if you try to disturb their reality, it breaks their whole existence. They don't know.
Definitely understand.
Yeah, if the government is what they say it is, you have some people would look within themselves and say, if I gotta believe this, then what of my whole life that I've patterned after what they've told me? And then some people cannot live or go forward because it disrupts their reality. So the Bible tells us to walk with wisdom when it comes to our elderly and others. I don't have to talk about the government. I can talk about things we can relate on in the Bible to bring them around. And I believe that's where you should focus. You should focus on the areas that your grandmother can agree with. And that is what? The morality within the Bible. Look at the world we're living in today, Grandma. And I know it was different when you were growing up. And according to God's law, boom, 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 boom. This is how it was when we were in the Bible, and look now. Now, she will have that conversation with you for hours. Deal with the moral thing when it comes to the elderly, because they'll totally agree that the world we live in is something else. And then slowly but surely, as their eyes are open with you teaching or conversing on that level, then it leads to the conversation that can help your grandmother in a crisis. Right? So I was just talking about the 2000, but I thought I would use this as a teaching tool to say, listen, you can't put new wine in old bottles. It doesn't work that way. You have to be able to condescend to the lowest level, be all things to all men that you can gain a few. And I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. I'm just saying when it comes to fishing, Christ said, I'm going to make you fishers of men. You have to know what bait to utilize to catch. And if a person is starch government and they trust in government, the last place I'm going to go to try to bring them around is to speak against the government they trust.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you, Elder, just because of the fact that, I stopped a long time ago. I took a step back, and I just told myself, well, look, you know what I'm saying? If this isn't the way, because the approach that I took to them was more or less, I showed them that I was learning the truth from a distance. I stopped eating pork. I stopped eating, catfish, things of that nature, because my grandma, she could throw down on a mean green chili. And she put that pork in it, and it tastes real good. And I stopped eating it. And, she wanted to know why, what is Anthony learning? What is he over there learning? When they found out the first thing that they said, he a Muslim, he a Muslim now or something. And it's like, I had to, and I laughed at it and everything. And I left it at that. No, but I
got to get to the next call. But what I got to say is, brother, the less conversation, the better. What I would have said is, what I would have said is, I know, all due respect, I no longer eat pork. Right? People don't have to know everything. Everything isn't for everybody. Respect my boundaries. I don't eat pork. Okay. See, but they put a lot of these things in the system because these are what you would call, these are triggers that let others know that we have a person who no longer falls for the programming. So they put certain triggers in our society automatically that would tell people who are all on one accord that we have someone who sees something different. Pork is one. Holidays is one. you claiming to believe in the Bible and the laws are one. These are the things that divide us from the world. But everything isn't for everyone. You cannot cast your pearls before swine unless you be rent underfoot. It's like you're taking a stick, beating a hornet's nest. If you want to be one with your family, you don't have to tell them everything. Bring them along. Bring them along. It's like a newborn baby. They're children when it comes to this side of things. So it's like, well, no, I don't want to disturb the house. I don't eat pork. I love the way your food tastes. Is there any way you can do that without it being pork? That's it. All right? I'm trying to help you, young man.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my brother.
Shalom. Thank
Shalom.
you, brother. Appreciate you.
I'm trying to help you because if you come off abrasive, I'm going to tell you, if they think that you are attacking their being with your beliefs, let me tell you, it'll be pork in your Kool-Aid. Okay, they'll find a way to slip pork in everything I'm going to tell you this right now. And they'll watch and see you drink it. I'm going to stir this fat back up in there. I'm going to tell you this right now. You got to go about it the right way, or you're going to be eating more pork than you know about. There's many ways they can slide some swine up in there. So I'm letting you know, be very careful. 803 area code.
Hi, Elder Card. This is brother Hakeem.
Hakeem, how are you doing? You say you have a question. I got a lot of calls, so hit me with it.
Okay, man, I'm just still dealing with the spirit of loneliness, man, and it's just getting worse, man. And my car had tow up, man, and I can't get to the gatherings, and I
okay, hold up, because I have to, brother, I have to get to these calls. If you have an issue,
I'm sorry, sir.
No, that's fine. If you have an
No
issue,
problem,
Hakeem, I can take down your number and call you outside of the broadcast and help you with your issues so that you can gather with the body, okay?
I mean, right, sir. All I'm saying is that when I had tried to reach out to the brothers, they just act like they don't.
Brother Hakeem, all due respect, we have a topic to discuss, young man. All right, we on a topic.
Yeah.
If you have an issue to want to gather, I can call you on the outside of the broadcast and get someone to tend to your issues. Okay.
Okay, then. But I just wanted to say this final thing, man. I'm doing the work of the Most High, and I just hope He could just send me a helpmate, man. But I know that's
come
not
on,
gonna
brother. You
never,
can't be
ever.
putting out send you a helpmate on a broadcast, my brother. Listen, you're gonna get a woman. You can't be on a broadcast talking about. Listen, I need the Most High to send me a woman. Hakeem, let me call. Listen,
Okay, sir.
Listen.
I apologize. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, this ain't the place for that, young man. I'm gonna place you on hold.
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. I'll place you on hold. I got your number. I'm gonna have the brothers call you. Okay, I don't. No one should be alone. And this Hakeem. This is not. We don't matchmake on this thing here. I'm down with you, but I'm gonna call you and we're gonna work it out, my brother. All right. 216 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
What's happy, Cappy? I come to find out right here. I got some news for you. I'm going to bring this in this coming Friday before I let you in. Deadly mosquitoes, AP report, did not swarm on musical festivals, what they say. Okay. I guess they're getting in front of it, even though there's eyewitnesses. I don't know. I wasn't there. But I do know this. I do know this if they allow me to bring this page up. Hold on. I do know this. Hold on. No, thank you.
Oh, my God.
I do know this. July 20th, 2023, West Nile virus found in mosquitoes in Arundel County. This so happens to be in Maryland. I do know this.
Wow.
So I don't know what happened there, but I know real-time news that the West Nile virus. Now, that's deep because I heard about the West Nile virus years ago. And they're saying that as of Sunday, 7:30, the highway division there at the intersection said they found mosquitoes with West Nile in it. This is interesting. And look at this. 20% developed symptoms of headache, fever, muscle, joint pains. Something is going on. So I'm going to leave that there. But even though the AP news said there's nothing happening, you have people on the ground who stated otherwise. But the news here, the Maryland Department at the intersection area, the department that deals with these things have stated that they found West Nile virus. Live report here, live here. You heard it here first. Go on, my brother.
Yeah. I hope they don't send that over there to where Stevie Diamond got his thing down there in Virginia Beach on the 20th of next month. I hope they don't send the West Nile there. Well, getting to your subject about, my brother and my mother and my sister-in-law, I don't know what they're going to do. I know that at this mega church here in this city, they had this thing, and the guy, he opened up the doors for everybody to come in there and get the juice. So
have mercy.
I think they might be along for that, because he already set it up, man. Come on in and don't forget to give your tithes. Give some money with his AT&T machine in there where you can put your credit card and stuff in there. I don't know. I just pray for him.
It's a pastor, There's a pastor,
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, his keyboard players, and me, we used to work together, and he's a musical director, Gladys Knight in the Pit, Gladys Knight. If you've seen that program, I forgot the one where they had the musician thing there with all the black people, and they was trying to do the Berry Gordy kind of thing on TV. I forget that Empire. I forget what it was they used to have, and he was on there with her singing. He's playing the keyboards. He's very good, but he's kind of like Torrance.
Okay.
And I got something I'm doing with Torrance now.
Speaking of mosquitoes, there's one right in front of me.
Instrumental. Don't kill him. You got a mosquito.
He's dead like Fred. He's out of here.
Yeah, get him. But I'm gonna be playing at this festival with Elder Dale in Detroit on the 20th.
Okay.
So I'm going to see him, and I'm just waiting for you to get in contact with me so I can come over there in Philadelphia and do some stuff. And then I just want to say prayers up for our brother Bronze there.
Yeah.
I think he had a problem with his kidneys. I was in contact with some people, his family and his wife,
I spoke with Bronze. I spoke with Bronze. I was with him through the whole process. He's on its way. He's going to be fine.
Okay. They said that you was in contact. They gave, because I'm concerned about everybody in the body, If I don't see you, I'm like, where Elder Rawchaa at? I ain't seen him in 2 days. Where you at? Then I see you in the academy. I said, oh, thank God.
Hey, brother.
I saw you. Everybody get in the academy. Everybody get in the academy. You missing it. You can't tell you everything here, man. Get on here and, get on love train,
Yeah, tell them again.
Boom.
Go ahead, man. Hey, brother got some talent. Thank you, my brother. Louis Armstrong, Israelite Louis Armstrong with Dimitri. Come on now. Bless you.
Rawchaa. Bless you, brother.
Shalom.
Say hello to everybody there, Billy. I'll see you soon.
Bless you,
Muted.
my brother. Great people, great people. I'll tell you this right now. They probably try to send one next to me, but I rebuke you. See him as something flying around here. But anyway, I'll tell you this right now. Let's get to the next call. Let's get to the next call. Mark has a comment.
Hello.
How you doing, Mark? Yes, Mark?
Hello.
Yes, you're live. You're live. Okay. We'll be back to you in a second. Keith has a comment and a question, Keith. Bless you.
Hello?
How you doing, Keith?
Hello?
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 Yes, the Gathering of Christ
Hello?
Church. I'm here. Hold on.
I can't hear nothing.
Unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Elder.
Yes, Keith, talk to me.
How you doing? I'm in Wyoming.
Yeah.
Originally from the Detroit body.
Mm-hmm.
I called in to comment just a couple scriptures that's been my favorite scriptures since I've been in the truth. One of them being wisdom and knowledge should be the stability of the times. The other being seek ye out of the book of the Most High and read.
Mm-hmm.
None of these should fail and none should want her mate. So everything that's playing out in this earth right now, no matter if we see it on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, no matter what apparatus they decide to use, is spoken about in these scriptures. At this point in time, the Most High, as we know, is drawing a line in the sand. We got to choose which way we go. For myself, I've been battling for years. I just wanted to come on here. I ain't never been on a live broadcast. I just wanted to say that to the brothers and sisters. It's cool to say Shalom and all these Hebrew words and all this different stuff, but we actually got to live what we read, because without it, it's mute.
Hold up. Let me say something. Oh. Now, number one is you can state what you would like for things to do, but what I don't like is to try or say something that would cast some type of negative aspersions as if people aren't genuine. Sometimes people saying shalom and all these other things that motivates, and that actually keeps the name of the Most High and that Hebrew conversation that galvanizes us as a nation. So you can say what you want to say, but I don't want to downplay someone who's saying shalom in a world where no one's smiling. The majority of the people hate one another. There's no conversation of any level of respect outside. So when I see people say shalom and all these others, I celebrate that. So I'm hearing what you have to say.
What I mean, Elder?
I'm just saying, whatever you mean. Listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to bring forth you don't have to knock down what other people do to bring forth your point. Okay?
Understood.
All right. Well, what is your point?
I just was standing in the sense that we had a for myself, I know I'm at a crossroads.
Okay.
And I just wanted to put that out there to people, like it's so much going on, and for myself, I've been in this walk since 2016.
Okay.
And I just try to be careful myself. I know you're familiar with 2 Corinthians 13:5. It tells us to examine ourselves.
Okay.
Whether we be in the faith. So I'm just I thought it was a sense of encouragement. I just wanted to just we gotta choose our side. That's all I was saying. From the door to the end.
Listen, I understand what you're saying. What you're saying, the seriousness of it, and that everyone should just make sure that we keep with the faith and and stay on board and not forget why we were called to this, I'm with that part of it. But I'm never with the part of discouraging others from communicating as a body under God's language. I always encourage that. Now, when it comes to someone's efforts and whether or not they're genuine, that's between them and the Most High. I can't judge that, neither can you. It's up to them to, understand, to show forth whether or not their faith is right according to the Most High. Not you or I, you right? That's all I was saying. But your point is well taken. All right?
I appreciate it.
Thank you for your strength, brother. Thank you for your comments. Bless you. All right. Mark. I'm sure you can hear me now, Mark. Yes, Mark.
Hey, yes, Shalom.
Shalom. I'm sorry about that. It was on my end.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just had a quick comment real quick. You were talking about, is there anybody in our immediate family who will probably take that $2,000 per month? And unfortunately, I have people in my family that are like that.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I know it's sad. When the jab first came out, I warned many people about it and said, please don't take this. I've been watching you guys for quite a few years, and a good friend of mine, Brother Jeremy Kirkwood, from the Moss Point branch, he and I talk a lot, and he turned me on to you guys, and I'm grateful for learning this truth. But as I was saying, a lot of these relatives of mine took the jab, several of them took the jab, and I was like, hey, that's not cool. And even a cousin of mine who's in another Israelite camp, and I'm not going to say which name, even he said, oh, it's just a shot. Many members in our camp are taken. I'm like, no, man.
Okay,
no.
hold up.
And
you can't do that. If you're going to say that someone from the Israelite camp said that many of us did it, you can't do that. What is the name?
The name of the Israelite camp that took it?
Yeah.
ISUPK.
Okay, so you were interacting with a family member who's a part of ISUPK and say it's not a big deal. Many of them amongst them have already taken it.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah. Now, the reason why I said put it out is not anything else but to let other people know that this was stated. So if anything come down the pipeline, right, in the future, brothers and sisters will understand during a crisis what's going on and walk accordingly, knowing who's who. But go on.
Yes, sir. And again, I thank you all for all that you do. You all have been very informative, and I'm interested in joining the church.
All praises be to the Most High. But go on.
Amen. But I'm interested in joining the church, and I would like for somebody to contact me so that I can possibly could become a member of the church.
Okay, that's fine. What city and state?
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. The closest one to me would be the Atlanta body.
Oh, okay. We're going to soon open up in Tennessee anyway. I know we have some people there. So I'll have Elder Lawya reach out to you. Your name? Your name is Mark.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Elder Lawya reach out to you, okay?
All right, then. Thank you so much. And hey, again, like I said, I appreciate everything you all do for real.
Thank you. I appreciate you, my brother. Bless you.
All right. Bless you all as well.
All right. Shalom. All right. Robert has a comment.
Shalom, Elder, as well as the rest of the body. All praises to the Most High.
Shalom, Robert. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. I'm going to jump all over the place, so I do my best to speak fast because I know you got a lot of callers still on the line.
Yeah.
And that way you can maybe elaborate on everything that I speak out on. I'm originally from Kansas City, Missouri. My family is the Gants, so I just put that out there because you do have large Kansas City body. I got baptized with the LA body or whatnot. I'm originally in Colorado at the moment. So at the end, I do have a question in regards to that. I just wanted to say in the sense of the market, and I'm going to do a slight testimony in a sense too. So in the sense of that, I think I know a lot of people in my family will do it in that sense. From my observation in regards of the jab or whatnot.
No.
So,
well, what you were talking about, what we were talking about in particular was they're talking about rolling out a universal payment as a possibility. Outside of what just happened, I would rather flow into what would happen if they were rolling out a $2,000 a month program if in return that person received a chip in their hand or brain. Would your family line up for that? Yeah.
I believe a lot of people will, in my family as well as the rest of the world. Colorado just recently rolled out stating they would do it in like most of their like Whole Foods and like most marketplaces where they pretty much sell healthy foods.
Yeah.
So it's coming real soon to this state. Anyways, with that being said, I'll say in the sense of our people and how they feel we are owed reparations and stuff like that. I think that's something that our people hold dearly to themselves, and they feel this nation, this world owes them something.
Well, I'll tell you
and
what.
One thing that
I believe wholeheartedly that in America in particular, the descendants of slaves or foundational Black Americans who we know as the tribe of Judah here, I believe wholeheartedly that the people who built this country should get reparations. And I'm saying that only I wholeheartedly because I believe if the Japanese in internment camps for a temporal time can get money for what happened to them, if Jewish people can get, as Holocaust survivors can get something after a war that happened to them, and I believe that everyone have the right to stand up for the atrocities that happened to their own families, how can the people who built the country be skipped over? So I'm not saying who was in slavery before internment camps, before World War I, World War II, and then fought in every war up until the last war America had, our people fought. So the whole deal is, if you want to talk about being fair, of course I would be for a people who never received anything, who built the model for the free world to get something, when Japanese and others have jumped right over them. Now, do I believe our people will get it? Every time it's close, they try to switch it to something else. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to now say, well, okay, here's a good way of doing it. We'll say that the mark of the beast or the chip give them access to the money that they claim their forefathers worked for. They always switch it to something else. But if it's the mark of the beast, if they have to get an implant to actually get access to it, I would say wholesale, forget about it. But is it right that brothers and sisters are asking for it while they giving everything to everyone else? Absolutely. But go on.
I completely agree with you on every notion and statement that you made, Elder, completely. But with that being said, I mean, one thing that's always given me hope, how you put it, even the disciples are waiting for the Most High's kingdom right now. We're waiting on Yeshua's kingdom right now. So in the sense of what people are waiting for this world to give them something or to have something in this world, they're going to hold on to that dearly. And that showed me in the sense, like I stated last time, I'm not a gang member. I'm not a gangster. I'm not any of that, though. But the people I was surrounded by in my community and in my life, that's what they were. So I had enough respect for individuals to sit back and say, okay, well, he doesn't choose to be this and he doesn't choose to be that, but he can stand out. And my thing personally, like I said, I'm going to go into my testimony as well, in a sense. Ever since I was a young man or a young boy, I always felt the only thing in this world worth dying for was Yeshua. Okay. So that to me was ultimate. So when I'm going into my testimony, I say, yes, I'm in Colorado. I came out here. I wasn't on the right things. I wasn't living like the Most High would want me to live. I engaged in activity in the sense of selling drugs and stuff like that. And with that, like the word says, the wages of sin is death. So I allowed a lot of things to come into my life in the sense of not knowing how death could be injected into my life, or I would be surrounded by death in any aspect. So I went to prison, and it was minute. I was in prison trying to learn law library over $100 dope case. I got locked up over $100 worth of dope. No juvenile felonies, no adolescent felonies, no real serious convictions in the sense of in being involved with the law. First time offender. They sent me to the penitentiary. I did a 5-year penitentiary sentence with a 5-year tail. So the judge had the right to sentence me anywhere from 14 to 16 years over $100. So with that being said, the scary thing about it is in the sense of the jab and what should be implemented and what shouldn't be implemented, the sense of saying no in a system like that, where you can't say no because it could be life or death. So like I said, since I was young, the only thing that was worth dying for was Yeshua. In the worldly aspect, in the Christian aspect, Jesus Christ, he was the only one that I felt was worthy of giving my life up for. So I feel for anybody who's in that situation or in them circumstances. But knowing that we're in the last day prophecies, that's what we're up against, because we are going to be criminalized. We are going to be the ones persecuted. We're going to go through the same thing that Christ went through. So, or whatnot. But in the sense of the jab, I feel a lot of people did that out of fear. And like you say all the time, and just like the word says, you can't fear anything. You can't have fear.
Well, all due respect, brother, I'm going to move off of that into the universal financial piece. But I talking about that too much gives too many red flags on this channel. I'm with you. But listen, I have to moderate, brother. I have to put you on pause. If don't do that when I'm talking, please. What I'm saying is I have to moderate understanding the protection of this channel. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. 30 seconds, then I got to go to the next call. Your testimony, I'm glad the Most High have actually pulled you through that. But my thing is to keep it within the boundaries. You notice when I jump on that, I jump right off of it. I'm very careful with this particular platform, how sensitive it is with that.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yeah, no, I was just saying because I'm in the corporate world now, and that's one thing that I noticed in the sense of how it was put out there like that, in the sense of maintaining your financial stability, your employment, as well as your occupation. They tried to roll that out in the sense of the jab, and a lot of people signed up for it. So I know in the sense of just
all right, brother. No, I'm with you. Robert, I have to put you on hold. I'm sorry, my brother. I'm with you. Yep. All due respect, I apologize. Oh, Lord. I'm with you. Well, we're in the universal financial 2,000 a month realm for the next reset. Please. Kendall has a comment and question.
Hello.
How you doing, Kendall?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
So my question was, my comment is, yes, my family would take the money.
They would take the money.
They would take the money. I saw what the stimulus did, how everybody was like living their very best life off of these little $500 and $250 checks that they were waiting for the government to send them. And they didn't save it because they thought, oh, it's coming again. So to know that that's a reoccurring $2,000 that they would get, they would do it.
And you talking about the majority of your family?
Yes.
And I'm going to tell you
90%.
something. I'm going to tell you something that's scary about that, and I believe you're right. When things break down, the same people who didn't listen, Who's going to come to mind when there's no resources for them to survive?
Mm-hmm.
You know what it's going to be?
Mm-hmm.
When they realize that 2000 isn't working and that they've been duped into their own demise, you know what they're going to focus on? The people who told them to prepare. And guess who they'll be looking for to survive?
Well, me. That's the comment I wanted to make.
Go on.
Okay, Elder. So, my family called me a prepper because I was the only one that didn't take the shot, me and my 2 children. My whole entire family took it. Okay, so I stood on my faith because I said, God is going to give me everything I need to get through this.
Listen, let's just call it the juice. You're the only one.
The juice. Oh, I'm sorry. The juice.
Okay, go on.
I was the only one. Me and my 2 children were the only ones that didn't take the juice.
Okay.
And my mom was standing on it for a long time, too. But we had 3 people pass in my family, so everyone got scared. And I still stood on my faith, and I said, I'm not taking it, and I'm going to not give it to my children either. And now that things have passed and the fear is gone and they're back on living their life for God, I'm talking about my mother, living her life for God. Now she's like, I'm so proud of you because you stood on your faith. You didn't stand on nothing else. It had to be faith. And to this day, now I'm the only one isolated by myself with my 2 children that didn't take the juice. So all I could think of is if there's anything to go down, I'm the only one that's going to be able to take care of my family. I'm the only one thinking about farms. I'm the only one thinking about rainwater. Like I have barrels connected to my home. I have seeds. I have all of the different things that I'm trying to get off of the grid with. And I tell my family all the time, we need to come together and get land. Even if we got to put double wides on it. Or we got to go back to old school brick and mortar and building some stuff ourselves.
Let me ask
and everybody
you,
thinks like, oh.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you have a husband?
I do not.
Okay. Here's a word to the wise.
And my
sister.
daughter.
Here's a word to the wise. I would advise you to stop talking to other people about what they should do, and set up and walk silently as you establish things.
Okay.
Because the people that you're talking to who didn't listen the first time, when it all goes down, especially if they have husbands or men in their circle, all of the rainwater you're collecting. Oh my! I got to put you on hold. I'm sorry. We got bells and everything going on in the back. Your water, food, and seeds will be taken. Everything isn't for everyone. Sometimes it's not good to tell people what you're planning. Okay? At the end of the day, the zombie apocalypse is before us, and brothers and sisters, winter is coming. You have to learn how to be silent in your moving. Okay? Food and seeds will be money. Especially if you're talking about opting out of the system and not take the mark of the beast, you're going to need resources to trade. The last thing you need to tell people is what you're going to do it, what you're going to do and how you're going to do it and where you're going to do it. And I definitely wouldn't talk about going into business with them to have land where they have to share on the land. I'm not sharing land with people who are unbelievers and operating in the spirit of zombie. You will be the one put out. The demons will all come against you, and after you plan everything, they'll take the food and put you and your family out. Go to the church and be guided by men who can let you know how to operate. And the majority of the time when it comes to stuff like this, silence. 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 You don't have to tell people how you're moving because you're telling them where their food is. Not your food. Their food. Let me tell you, when there's a lack of bread, people turn into something else. Okay. And if anything, we keep talking about, and I mentioned it, the first reset after the lockdowns when they rolled out that thing a few years ago. People turned different during that. Can you imagine a lack of bread? I'm just trying to give y'all some wisdom, brothers and sisters. Stop talking about what you're planning. $708. Last call for this evening is Rick. Last call for the evening. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Last call for tonight. What say you? The purge before the mark. People are dropping like flies. Cardiac arrests all over the place. And you know what? Hey, we're doing fine. We have the Bible, the Most High,
Yep.
and guess what? Health. Why? Not listening to the garbage that's out there. What say you?
I agree, Elder. Right now, we're living in the last days. First of all, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, sir. Bless you.
My name's Rick. I'm calling from Los Angeles, California. Born and raised here.
Okay.
Right now, I'm seeing everything revealing that the Bible, basically what the Bible revealed is going on in these last days. Out here in Los Angeles, living right next to Hollywood, which I believe is like the head of the snake. We're just not into God anymore. We're not into the Most High. Here, we don't have any camp set up besides IUIC. I went to one of their temples one day and they kind of frisked me down, like had to be down before I came in. It kind of made me feel real uncomfortable. I'm married.
Well, I can't say anything. I can't say anything when it comes to security measures because we're living in a time where you can't be too careful. So I can't blame them for that. But
yeah, I really didn't.
But I'm saying, but we do have brothers and sisters, a large congregation in California.
Okay, California is a big state. I really don't have like I watched your show and like
What part of California? What part of California?
I'm in Los Angeles, South Central Los Angeles.
We have presence in Los Angeles, my brother.
Okay, I would love to have that information because, yes, when it comes to worship, and I would love to be around some brothers that's on the same page.
Okay.
So I've been watching your show for over the past 6 years now. I really appreciate the information I got. I'm married. My wife is not on that same page. It's a struggle between me and her. But that's neither here nor there. I was just trying to get a point across as far as what's going on in my city and what I see and my opinion on things.
How old are you?
I'm 47.
Okay.
I'm 47. I've been born and raised.
And you have children?
I grew up in a Baptist church, so I have a pretty much a Christianity background. My
Do you have
grandmother
children?
raised me. Yes, sir. I have 3 boys and 1 girl.
Okay. Now, you said your wife is in disagreement. Is she Christian?
Yeah, she's Christian, but she only go to church because of the music.
But it doesn't matter. She still goes as long as at the Pied Piper can bring you in. So it doesn't matter. She's devout. She goes there every Sunday.
Not every Sunday, no.
Okay, but
I don't think the last time she actually been to church was probably about a couple of months ago.
She celebrate holidays.
She's also in a sorority, and
let's not talk about that. We'll leave that to the side. She celebrate holidays.
Okay. Yes, most.
Okay, when the last time she celebrated Christmas?
Last year, she got mad at me because once I stopped doing that about 3 years ago. She's complaining that I've changed. You changed a lot. You don't celebrate the holidays anymore, so on and so forth.
Okay, brother, you're rolling. I need you to stay with me for a second. I'm going somewhere with this. Let me lead it, and you answer the questions, then I'll let you go. All right?
Yes, sir.
So it's like this, my brother. All right? You said you heard these teachings 6 years ago.
Yes, sir.
We're here, all due respect to you, we're here 6 years later, and you said your wife just celebrated Christmas last year, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, what's wrong with that picture?
She's not following my lead. That's to sum it up.
Well, no. Your lead is your lead. Listen to me clearly.
Yes, sir.
You're not following, she's not following your lead. You're following her lead. Right? And there's a way you can do this without conflict. But the whole deal is eventually you have to make a choice. Because you cannot allow your woman to keep you pagan.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you, women who love their husband or love men, let me tell you, women will change their religion for a powerful or a man who stands his ground. I've seen women who's Christians who met Muslims and turned Muslim. Okay? Not based on the man's religion. The fact that the man stood his ground. The whole thing is, a woman will test to see if you stand on what you truly believe in. If you allow her to do what she's doing without any resistance, without saying without setting the ground for what your house will be, she's going to always deem you wishy-washy or in between. Because if a man really believed in God in the Bible, there will only be one God worshiped in that house. I'm going to show you how deep this is. I know women who went to the Middle East, right? Got with men,
yes, sir.
got with people, men who are Muslim, and they believe in Christ and all that. But you know what? None of what they believe could be exercised in that home, and she was a helpmeet to him, hitting his head 5 times a day with the third eye happening through time. Because that's the obedience that came with the power or the respect she had for that man. Now, I'm not here to challenge in who you are, whatever the case is. But at the bottom line, brother, you're going to have to stand for something. It's been 6 years, and she's still going to church. You have to stand for something. Or she's not going to.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying is, listen, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you flow.
It's more like.
I'm going to let you flow, but
it's a battle.
It is no battle. Women follow men they believe in.
I can agree with that.
So so then that comes in. Then there's a respect factor. There's a respect factor. Even if you don't believe what I'm dealing with, in my home, you're going to respect me. You're not going to bring another God in here. You're not going to bring a Nimrod stick and have me celebrate something that I know is pagan. I'm not saying that you can't celebrate what you want to celebrate, but it's not going to be in my house I'm paying for. They're having Christmas everywhere in this earth. If you want to disobey December 25th, I'll see you when you get back. But in my house, the Most High is served. So men have to stand on their laurels, brother, or she's never going to see you as serious. A serious man to guide her if you allow her to serve another God. What say you?
Yeah, I'm basically that's the battle, because before we got married, like I said, I didn't have this knowledge. So the change that had came with the knowledge that she's seeing me it's like, oh, you have changed, because we're battling now. I'm not with the Christmas.
But there's something else.
And so on.
Brother, but there's something else.
Yeah.
Right? It comes down to, is she paying the bills or you paying the bills?
No, we split the bills, but I drive trucks and she's a school teacher.
Okay. You split the bills. See? You split the bills.
Yeah.
That means she has equal say over everything, right?
But should we stand on that? Does that matter?
Brother, listen to me. All I'm saying is, usually when women are paying for something, and this is the way it is, no one is going to tell them what to do. The whole deal is, if I'm paying for something, now if my name is on something and I'm paying it all, and I'm taking care of it all, then I got full say. Now, if she's paying for something, we have to negotiate what she ain't going to pay. But but only one God is going to be served here. So your pay isn't going to have a Nimrod stick up in my house. So let's negotiate what you're paying so that the tree is gone and everything else. How much does it cost? How much does it cost to get your God out of here? And I'll supplement that. But you ain't celebrating up in here.
So as an elder, one question. So as an elder, knowing that the foundation that we're standing on has been built or is weak from misunderstanding by growing up, how do you fix that?
Brother, both
foundation,
listen,
listen. The
foundation was weak from the beginning. The bottom line is this.
Yes, sir.
And it's on both of our parts. We were both ignorant. She was ignorant and I was ignorant. That's no excuse now that the truth is here. Christ said, remember Lot's wife. Again, a woman doesn't respect a man that doesn't stand on his laurels. I'm going to tell you this right now. And it's a shame. You're a woman with the same belief in everything. I know strong women. But let me tell you, they go over to the Middle East and they see men who stand on what they believe. And guess what? That's an attraction in of itself. So women don't even care about what they believe. They believe in that man who stands on his laurels, and they'll become a Muslim because this man isn't taking what she's saying as an option when it comes to what God will be served in this house. It's a respect factor. And what's going on that I see, there's a lack of respect that we're suffering here that will not change until men stand up and say, you know what, all due respect. There's no fight. There is no abrasion. There is no argument. This is where I'm going to serve my God at. There will be no fight because either way I'm going to serve my God where only one God will be served in my house. Either way, either here or someplace else, but only one God will be served. And what you'll see is, believe it or not, it'll be one way or the other. A woman will be like, oh my goodness, I don't want nothing to do with this. Or a woman going to be like, you know what? That's a man who's standing on the God he believes in.
And that's me. I'm never going to change my heart on my God. No woman.
I can understand.
No woman, no man on earth.
Listen, the Bible says,
been my rock.
Listen, this is the battle. Yeah. Listen, at the end of the day, brother, when it comes down to it, and this is what we struggle with since slavery, this is the battle for power. That's what this is. This is the battle for power. And at the end of the day, she has the God she serves, and you done found this new God that disturbs her way of being. Her God gives her the advantage. It tells us in the book of Jeremiah that it was women who was baking cakes to the Queen Mother of Heaven. And the women did what? That's right. The women incentivized the men to follow because this is how men was able to fall into the graces of the women by celebrating the goddess. And this is what gave women the power. So at the end of the day, this is how Israelites fell as a nation. Men begin to follow their woman, baking cakes to the Queen Mother of Heaven, which is Easter, Christmas, and all this other stuff we're dealing with today. It's about power, brother. And at the end of the day, your power is 50-50. All right?
Yes, sir.
50-50. Hold up, 50-50, but I'm going to show you how this is tilting a few percentages to her side. Your God isn't being served in that house. If a Nimrod stick is going up every year, okay, I don't know what y'all putting in as far as finances, but she has the power because her God is getting served there. The Bible tells us the universal order: God, Christ, man, woman, children. Okay? It's not man asking the wife, can his God be served in his house? Okay? Call me up and let me know what's happening in the 7th year. Christmas is coming. Winter's coming. Okay?
Yeah, I think she realized that I'm not bound down to them old ways, and she's still trying to stick to her guns. But there's definitely no Christmas trees or anything like that in the house. Her family and everybody has been mad because I haven't been participating in their activities anymore.
Okay, see,
but
now you done switched it up.
You
just switched it up. You just told me that she celebrated Christmas last year.
Oh no, she celebrated, meaning like the presents and everything, but I didn't, I didn't buy the Christmas tree. I didn't do anything because we was, that was the whole. You usually go out and buy Christmas trees. That's what we like. So I completely stopped all that. I didn't go to the little family Christmas party that her moms usually give and everything. I didn't participate in anything. I didn't
brother, listen,
gifts. I didn't do anything.
Brother, you talking about you. If she brought gifts and she went to a mama's house where there's a tree.
Yeah.
Hey, brother, listen. Hey, listen. Just keep on fighting, brother.
You laugh.
Keep fighting. Keep fighting pray. Keep hope alive. Keep it going. You're outnumbered. You're outgunned. The whole deal is, does she do what you ask her to do? Will she put down that God? Will she stop celebrating that with her family? That's a yes or a no.
Man, I would really, man.
And here's the issue. Hey, brother, listen, brother. If it was just you and her, I would say, it's not a big deal.
If it was just me and her and
just relax. No, listen to what I'm saying.
I can say yes, she would.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I would say, listen, okay. How many sons you say you have?
I have 3 boys.
Okay. How many girls?
1 daughter.
1 daughter, 3 guys.
We don't have no children together.
Okay, so no children live in your home.
No, her daughter lives there, lives in the home, but not my children.
Okay. All right.
My children are grown.
All right. Okay. Well, that's fine. Well, I'll tell you what.
And her daughter's.
Well, don't worry about
her life first.
Believe me, her daughter is going to do fine. Her daughter going to do what she's doing. Okay. So, hey, but at least you're bringing in the finances. So you're doing your part. Okay. Hey, every house need a wallet. Okay. So.
Every house need a what?
Wallet.
Oh, wallet. Oh, okay. Yeah, in California, you need 2 wallets.
Okay. Well, hey.
Before we go, I would like to know, as far as being baptized. I've been baptized years ago, of course, but came across the new truth. I mean, well, the truth, not the new truth. But I was wondering, would you suggest me getting baptized again? If so, I would love to come out there and arrange that.
Absolutely. If you want to be baptized, but of course we go into the knowledge, give you the insight. It's almost, even though we're going to baptize you anyway, but give you an insight of what the doctrine is, why we're baptizing you, and what your obligation is to Christ with that choice. We're not going to just blindly just do something with you and not let you know, not let you understand what comes with it. If you're interested, I can put your number down.
I'm here.
Yeah, if you're interested, I can have Bishop Luke from California give you a call, and we can begin our building. But again, don't go and blow your house up from this phone call. This was just a teaching moment.
No, I'm a little
It's
smarter
a
than that.
teach. Yeah. Don't go blow up the house. When I say blow up the house, don't go and now I'm a man in here. I'm more than a wallet. I didn't say that for that purpose. I said that so that you can understand what trajectory to be on when it comes to being on one accord. And it's about speaking to your wife in a way and letting her know that you would really respect her if she would go on this journey with you. The journey is, we're the children of Israel, and outside of the hollering and some of the mess out there, Christ didn't operate like that. So the Christ you believe in, church, is true. He's real. He led us to this point. Please go on this journey with me. The journey is the truth. We're getting back our true way of living. If there's holy days you like for Purim, we can switch out Christmas for Purim, and I'll give you gifts. So you can do your gifts and all that on Purim, and I'll give you gifts and your daughter gifts. But let's do it God's way. So,
and that's the knowledge that we both need. We both need that, because I have little knowledge in my approach. My approach may be not right.
Yeah.
When I'm explaining things, and sometimes I get a little excited, and she say I come off like I was actually there.
Yeah. So it's more so about having her understand why she's pivoted. And it's not, you understand? So I'm not trying to say just go through and, I'm the man and all this others. I'm just giving you some examples. It's been 6 years now. So whatever you've been doing isn't working. So it's
I'm
time.
not going to disagree with that.
Yeah.
That's
so
why I'm
that's
calling to get some insight
from
someone with a lot of knowledge. I appreciate you.
And guess
Elder.
what? If you've been with her, you're welcome. If you've been with her this long, there is some positive attributes. There's things about her to why the Most High, why you feel the Most High brought her in your life. She must have some good. She must have a good spirit with her. She is a believer, but sometimes this pagan stuff is hard to let go. But be patient with her.
And that's what I understand.
Yeah. So be patient with her and let her know how important it would be to you if she gave this a chance. All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Thanks a lot. All praises to the Most.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and everybody that's commenting. Thank you. I'm reading the comments. But please, Elder, have them get in contact with me about the baptism.
I got you.
I'm here to serve the Lord.
I got you. I got you, brother. Welcome to the battle. And let me ask you, when it came to the juice a few years ago, did your wife get the juice?
Oh no, she didn't get the juice.
Okay, well, hey, we on the right track. We're on the right track. Okay, well, we good. We good. That's good to hear. Yeah. All right, well, brother, welcome to the fold. I'll give you a call. You'll have a call before this week is out. All right.
Thank you, sir.
My brother. Oh yeah, these comments, they get relentless, especially after 10 o'clock. But anyway, Elder Lawya. Bless you, Elder Lawya. Thank you for assisting me tonight, brother. It's been a great broadcast.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. And
Shalom.
Shalom. I'll talk to you tomorrow. My brother from the same mother. Shalom.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
All right, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Rawchaa, the Gathering of Christ Church. This concludes our broadcast for this evening. May the Most High stay with you. Stay prayed up.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
We're in the purge. Do not, I repeat, do not fall victim to the mark of the beast. Stay prayed up, sin not. We, as the children of Israel, will soon see Zion. Shalom.
The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, from the Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. The highest gathering in Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering